Eumeswil by Ernst Jünger, 1977. Produced by Parker Banks at pbanks.net and youtube.com/pbanks. A Day in the Casbah. 28. It is time I outlined my daily schedule to the extent that it is helpful to my narrative. I would do better to start with the night, for my day is merely its reflection. I infer this simply because I do not like to wake up. Every morning I have to don my armor anew. The night is dark, the day is bright. According to Bruno, this light is only a siphoned, only a weakened, filtered darkness. There must be some truth to that. When I close my eyes, everything becomes not dark but bright, as if the stage lights began shining while the curtain rolled up. Gently sinking flowers appear, party-colored wheels turning, countless faces striving for individuation, my own face among them, all that before I even fall asleep. Then I penetrate deeper. The hooting of the owl with its tender wing is more familiar to me than the crowing of the cock. I prefer the strings to the woodwinds. Intermission. That is the darkness. The light feels like a vague scratching. It is malaise rather than pain. I am glad to sink back into darkness. The dreamless sleep after midnight is the deepest. The mind then enters the land of dreams as its lord. Not only does it orchestrate the events, it also fabricates them at whim and will, drawing sets and characters and decors from its inexhaustible reserves. This is a living possession. The mind is transformed into a torrent. It inundates its mise-en-scene. It can open its eyes anywhere, in people, things, animals, or plants. It gives breath to its creatures and makes them speak. It acts as their prompter. Yet it is astonished by anything they say, as if its words were intensified by those echoes. "In a dream we are gods," a Greek said, and he was right. Toward morning, sleep becomes fitful, absurd strands weave into its texture. What could have moved me when this day was dawning to summon a soubrette to my mental stage, a mestiza who displayed herself singing in a husky voice? She crooned a series of ditties that did not appeal to me, although I must have composed both the tunes and the lyrics. She therefore apologized to me, saying she performed such items only for her culture physique. She was lying, of course. She merely wanted to flaunt her breasts and her behind, which she did, flourishing her top hat with simian agility. Such scenes flash by like lightning. I suspect they develop out of timelessness. We then interpret them more or less precisely. They recall the New Year's Eve firecrackers that blow apart after we've ignited them with a female partner. Out pops a rather flimsy aphorism. The ancient, primitive interpreters of dreams were more reliable than the modern ones. Life in the Casbah triggers infiltration by erotic dreams. This is understandable, but that is all. A painter would say, the motif does not make an artwork. My work is irregular. A week can go by without the night bar being used. It remains open only as long as the condor visits it. The domo probably wants to prevent the formation of any small sedentary cliques. The mocha has already been served in the mess hall. Often the meal is followed only by a digestive. Then again, it can last until dawn. I enjoy such nights. They yield a great deal. Once I have closed the bar and sealed it, I go upstairs, and while sipping a glass of wine, I try to decipher my luminous script and think about the conversations. When tending bar, I do not touch a drop, even if the condor is in a good mood and asks me to have a drink. Nor do I drink water, even if I'm thirsty. I do not touch a glass except to serve. There are a number of reasons for this, aside from my wishing to express myself accurately. People are careless here. They say things like, "I'm sleeping with her," even when they have anything but sleep on their minds. On this score, I concur with the domo, who, as I have pointed out, likewise values precise speech. I see him nodding in approval when he notices that I stand my ground even with the condor. Yes, I am reliable, and I do not mean this ironically. Late to bed and late to rise, the day belongs to me. The sun is already blazing upon the Casbah. The air is flickering above the euphorbia. The room gets torrid when the cooling system is turned off. I usually switch it back on when I wish to work. Incidentally, the technology is unreliable, even though a staff of electricians and other workers are on call. At times it seems to me as if the technology were both developed and neglected in a dreamlike manner. In any case, it is no longer taken so seriously, and even the domo seems to prefer a juste milieu to technological perfection. If he becomes grumpy, then it is caused by the failure of workers rather than of machines. The outlook recalls princes in the age of periwigs. They viewed the rifle chiefly as an instrument for drills. After I have stood behind the bar all night, it may already be light out, often close to noon by the time I awaken, but I'm still lying in the dark, for I sleep behind a thick curtain in the alcove. I then spend another quarter-hour in bed before getting up. If I say in order to pray, it may sound strange. Of course, this word is quite worn, and it has been corrupted by the padres. Religio, as we know, harks back to a word relego, meaning bond, and that is precisely what the Anak rejects. He does not go in for Moses with the 10 Commandments or indeed for any prophets, nor does he wish to hear anything concerning gods or rumors about them except as a historian, or unless they appear to him. That is when the conflicts begin. So if I state, in order to pray, I am following an innate instinct that is no weaker than the sexual drive, in fact, even stronger. The two are alike insofar as foul things can happen when they are suppressed. Regarding this need, the Anak is again no different from anyone else. But he does not like to attach himself. He does not squander his best energies. He accepts no substitute for his gold. He knows his freedom, and also what it is worth its weight in. The equation balances when he is offered something credible. The result is 1. There can be no doubt that gods have appeared, not only in ancient times, but even late in history. They feasted with us and fought at our sides. But what good is the splendor of bygone banquets to a starving man? What good is the clinking of gold that a poor man hears through the wall of time? The gods must be called. The Anak lets all this be. He can bide his time. He has his ethos, but not morals. He recognizes lawfulness, but not law. He despises rules. Whenever ethos goes into Schultz and Schultnots, it is already corrupted. Still, it can harmonize with them, depending on location and circumstances, briefly or at length, just as I harmonize here with the tyrant for as long as I like. One error of the anarchists is their belief that human nature is intrinsically good. They thereby castrate society, just as the theologians, God is goodness, castrate the good Lord. This is a Saturnian trait. Natural law has been twisted every which way, from legitimation to brutal violence to a paradisal idyll. This is grounded in the possibility of reading anything at all into nature. It is everything at once. Well, fine, then let every human being get his own bit from being. The random and the arbitrary begin in the realm of molecules. There must be a crack in the universe from the very start. The very word nature contains a nay. Genesis offers marvelous hints, but only rumors, as if a shepherd had been listening at an unclosed door. Lawfulness must be sought in the atoms and even deeper, including our own atoms. From these depths, the ethical and aesthetic judgment reacts to the finest variations. That is why injustice usually appears as ugly. The dangers increase in the ascent, as on a tightrope without a safety net, or as on the Sirat, that sliver of a bridge across the chasm of hell. Never is the temptation to summon the gods more powerful, and never is there greater merit in resisting it. As a historian, and only as such, I am a positivist. Lawfulness is valid so long as it is observed and can be observed. A good conscience, though not of course in the form of moral arrogance, is one of the prerequisites. It is not only the fit who survive, but also the honest. The fact that these two survivals do not coincide in time goes back once more to Genesis, to the separation of the tree of life from the tree of knowledge. Needless to say, when praying, the Anak neither requests nor thanks, nor does he seek a magical force in prayer. How many ardent prayers have not been heard? As a historian, I linger in the cells of the condemned. As an Anak, I would like to offer them posthumous solace, and I know that the guilty need this even more than the innocent. I was in the dungeon with Boethius, and in the temple with Marie Antoinette when her hair turned white. I was there when the mob was howling outside, and the father put on his prayer thongs. The child groped for his hand, but neither the father nor the child was heard. Nevertheless, prayer comes from an innate drive. It is more important than food and drink, since it testifies to more than transient life. It takes us behind the bleak stage set with which knowledge disguises the universe. Water is seen differently in retorts than in the aqueducts leading to big cities, and differently again in the ocean and as the water of life in prayer. The Padres set great store by addressing prayers to personal gods. Genuine prayer exists only in religions in which there is a God as a person and a shape and endowed with a will. That was stated by a famous Protestant. The Anak does not want to have anything to do with that conception. As for the one God, while he may be able to shape persons, he is not a person himself, and that he is already a patriarchal prejudice. A neuter one is beyond our grasp, while man converses with the many gods on equal terms, whether as their inventor or as their discoverer. In any case, it is man who named the gods. This is not to be confused with a high-level soliloquy. Divinity must without a doubt be inside us and be recognized as being inside us, otherwise we would have no concept of gods. For a god reigns within us, Holderlin. One is the start of everything. Philolaus. A god is the greatest among gods and among men, not comparable to mortals in shape or thought. Xenophanes. A whirlwind of multiple shapes detaches itself from the totality. Democritus. And over again, Heraclitus. We should not make a fuss about the numinous. It lights on everyone. Every man has his Sinai and also his Golgotha. 29. The floor outside the alcove is inlaid with hexagonal tiles. They fit together as in a beehive. They are still cool, agreeable to the feet. Their pattern is evident to the rested eyes in a special way. Its impact would be even stronger had I never heard of mathematics. There is an adjoining bathroom. It has no windows and is illuminated by indirect lighting from the ceiling. I step in front of the mirror and gauge the degree of my presence by my reflected bust. Like everyone else in the Casbah, I am well tanned. The blue of the walls makes my body stand out in relief. Thus, usually I see myself sharply outlined. There is no doubt this is a mirror image. The day beckons with its tasks. Whatever turns up, I will easily handle it. I will find the proper detachment from things and people. I promptly notice this in the exercises. If I were to play pool, I would rack up many wins. This is the overall mood in the citadel, especially the condors when he dismounts after his early morning ride. Then again there are days when my reflection blurs, as if the mirror were misted over, and yet the image keeps gaining in reality the longer I stare at it. My body loses reality to the same extent. Caution is then indicated for the day. One becomes accident-prone. On the other hand, motion in mental space becomes more fluid. Studies prosper both in the libraries and at the luminar. I also notice that it is easier for me to be spoken to and to speak to others. The gates of friendship open. Eros rolls out a carpet before me. Even the domo smiles if I make a mistake, which can happen in such a mood. The condor's Emanuelo then sounds especially pleasant. I have to make sure not to overcommit myself. Consulting the mirror is worthwhile, though perilous. It is also a charge, a passage from existence to being. Such issues could, among other things, strengthen the female element, the influence of moon and sea, of dream and night, of the other side, pure and simple. The words of an ancient sage are valid here. By day, everyone sees the same thing. In a dream, everyone sees something particular. This could estrange us from the calculable world, from language which we cannot forego. We would lose our sense of discrimination. For me, say, this would mean a farewell to the science of history, which my family has cultivated for generations. Eumeswil's sanitariums and maniconia are crowded with patients who have gotten in over their heads. They did not even have to experiment with drugs. This occasionally happens to one of my students. The populace then says, "He studied too much." There is some truth in it. Too much light is blinding. It provokes the darkness. I like visiting these inmates. One hears words as in the ancient oracles or Scardanelli, a murmuring of earth spirit strength. In the teeth of all dangers it is valuable. I would even say invaluable, not only to believe in, but also to experience the possibility of being both here and elsewhere at once. I resisted this all the more stoutly the further I shifted toward materialism. It was, above all, Bruno who helped me overcome this phase, particularly with his course on optical and electromagnetic phenomena. The details would take me too far afield. I will content myself with his maxim: primal image is image and mirror image. His actual stratagem was to reduce the Platonic idea to phenomenon, thereby reanimating matter, which had been emasculated by abstract thinking. A miracle, he said, could not be expected from above or from the future, say from a world spirit ascending from level to level. Despite its variable elements, he said, a miracle always remains the same, in every blade of grass, in every pebble. The mother hears the shouting of her son, who is drowning in the Pacific at the Antipodes. This is no mere invocation. How many people have heard similar things? For all the vexations caused by religions, one must credit them with not only cultivating this knowledge but also acting upon it. Passages can be practiced. True, there is no monopoly here, since anyone can manage to do this, and innately at that. However, there are differences in know-how. This can be observed in dying people. The bath. The pipes bring cold water and hot, fresh and salty. The fresh water comes partly from the source, and partly from the rain that gathers in the large cistern hewn into the rock. This cistern lies above the vault, which it could flood within seconds. There is also an emergency device for desalinating the ocean water. It would enable us to hold the Casbah for as long as Eumenes held his cliff castle Nora, which, according to one historian, starvation alone could force him to surrender. While I was shaving, the tub filled up. I prefer seawater. Pumped from a great depth, it is significantly cooler than at the beach. The Domo has its chemical and biological quality tested. It is intact. Since all rivers flow into the sea, its water must have more curative power than any wellspring. In addition, there are the tiny organisms on which others feed, all the way up to the whales. They shine in the breakers with phosphorescent power. No physician knows what they also mean to us. In any case, I break my fast with a hearty swig of seawater and I gargle. Nothing, in fact, is better for the teeth. I once heard that from the fishermen and simple people who dwell by the shore. Their lifestyle is the old thrifty one that is pleasing to the anarch. They also harvest their salt from the ocean by scraping it from the cracks and hollows in the rocks where it crystallizes. This was prohibited under the tribunes. They regulated everything down to the last detail. Salt, at the 100-fold price, had to be bought in their government stores. They also mixed in additives that their chemists praised as useful, even though they were injurious. The fact that men with such minds consider themselves thinkers is forgivable, but they also claim to be benefactors. The beach was patrolled by customs officials who ambushed the poor. This measure was particularly odious, for gold and salt ought to be every man's untaxed due as the pure equivalent of his labor, just as he pans gold from the riverbeds or scrapes salt from the cliff. The Condor made both legal, and this was one of the first measures that established his popularity. A little generosity is worth more than a lot of administration. The tribunes were redistributors. They raised the prices of bread for the poor in order to make them happy with their ideas, say, by building extravagant universities whose jobless graduates became a burden to the state, hence once again to the poor, and never touched another hammer. The pauper, so long as he does not think parasitically, wishes to see as little government as possible, no matter what pretexts the state may use. He does not want to be schooled, vaccinated, or conscripted. All these things have senselessly increased the numbers of the poor, and with them, poverty. Next come the hot and then the ice-cold shower, both with fresh water. Finally, my exercises. If I am scheduled to tend bar, I normally shave once more in the evening, indeed take care of my overall exterior. Before going down, I stand before the mirror and view Emanuelo. Clothing, physical appearance, smile and movements must be casual and pleasant. It is important, we can learn this from women, to look the way others picture us in their wishes. Exercises. The Condor goes horseback riding before breakfast. He is accompanied by a few of his courtiers and the minions. This keeps them in shape. Aside from my preferring to spend mornings alone, my subaltern position excludes my joining them. Besides, I find it better to gaze at a painting or listen to music. As for the interior personnel, many people exercise, and for various reasons. A few to lose weight, some to strengthen their muscles. Then again, others, like Kong the Chinese, despise both goals. Why sports? I'd like to grow old. Besides, I'm best in bed if I move very little and eat a lot. He has his personal recipes for that, and not much else in mind. I have to keep myself intact so that I can take my forest flight at any time. In this regard, I focus more on my joints than on my musculature. I do circles with my body from neck to toe, skip rope, and juggle balls. I practice conscious, inhaling and exhaling. You have to sink the conscious mind down into the diaphragm and suppress any thoughts which cluster in ravenous throngs. This is difficult. If it succeeds, it also aids normal breathing. It spiritualizes it. It might be better to say it exposes its spiritual strength. That this spiritual strength exists and establishes all existence was taken for granted in good times and was linguistically attested to by special words like pneuma. Russian pilgrims followed its trail with perpetual prayer. Prayer becomes breath, and breath prayer. One's breathing is more successful if the mirror is deep, just as more generally one's vegetative instinctual disposition increases. To be sure, this disposition must not gain the upper hand in everyday life. In the depth, the animal spark must keep glowing as on the fuse leading to the powder keg. One can learn that from the samurai, the leap from a motionless state, the deadly thrust with the sword flying from the sheath. Prior to summoning the cabin steward, I put on my robe and my slippers in order to make myself what people call decent. My babooshes are leather. Beneath my robe I wear a linen suit such as is worn in the tropics. Dressed like this, I can show myself in the corridor. The day's menu is rich, as on good passenger ships. I have already mentioned that there are two cuisines, a European one with a Mediterranean accent and a Chinese one that seldom appears on a normal day. It is meant as conspicuous consumption for banquets and important visits. In this respect, the condor is a match for the Khans. Breakfast is my chief meal. It is my only meal if I tend bar. Otherwise, I also eat dinner, sometimes with one of my staff colleagues. Occasionally I drop in at the great mess hall, but I generally avoid flaunting my academic position. My restraint pays off. If I have a lot to do, I report to the head steward or the purser. They then usually say, "That's all right, Manuelo, you can stick to your studying." I am regarded as a hard worker. This is difficult to conceal, even though people luckily have only vague notions about the nature and direction of my activities. My selection from the menu is modest. I am lavish only with fruit. The condor's table is supplied with fruit from 3 continents. I prefer the varieties that are grown here and now, that is, the local ones in season. Walking through the weekly market, which lies right on the edge of the city, is a festival. The piles of incredibly fresh fruit stand out against the hot, russet earth, which recalls Attic soil. The vendors brought this produce here at the crack of dawn from the oases and the lowlands by the Sus. Then there are the pushy voices of the hawkers, the chimes of the water carriers, the flutes of the snake charmers. Why, even the flies swarming around the butcher's stalls. The market creates a greater exaltation, a whirlwind of freedom and pleasure. It is the real center of society. The goal of the state is to strip it of its freedom and superfluousness. One need merely visit the marketplace and the graveyard to determine whether a city is in both physical and metaphysical order. In my office, baskets of fruit stand next to the luminaire. I have the stewards fill them up. Perhaps someday I will live entirely on fruit, not as a vegetarian but as a frugal eater. Attila ate little else when he went astray in the great forests. He did, however, have the golden lamb, and not just to satisfy his hunger. Fresh fruits bestow solar cheer. No fire but that of the sun has touched them. They also quench the thirst with their juices, in which water has been filtered and enriched while losing nothing of the spirit of the soil and its own specific nature. This is borne out by the variety of grapes and their wines. The dry fruits, by contrast, figs, almonds, nuts, give the muscles unbelievable strength. I noticed this during the gazelle hunt, when provisions consisted solely of carob and dry dates. Despite the blazing heat, the hunters remained tireless and barely seemed to sweat. It was as if their muscle fibers had solidified into wires. In a situation like mine, which can lead to a forest flight at any moment, vegetables, needless to say, are not enough. I would lose my aggressiveness. All animals that kill need flesh, and even the warrior caste of India ate meat. These are issues not so much of diet as of overall adjustment. Carnivores have canines and incisors. They use a knife for cutting. That, incidentally, is one reason why bread should be broken and not sliced. The carnivorous man recognizes the existence of the world of slaughterhouses, warfare, bloodshed. If he denies them, then he is sitting on the wrong horse. He must give up either his beefsteak or his thinking. On the other hand, the world lives on erroneous ideas. Here in Eumeswil, one sees tremendously pot-bellied sheiks who would not hurt a fly. Yet someone somewhere is slaughtering and thinking for them, too. This was simpler for the ancients. The gods divided the ethical cosmos among themselves. Ares was given bloody offerings. This was also expressed when warriors sat down for a meal. Other foods were sacred to Demeter and still others to Aphrodite, especially if they came from the ocean. This is how people still dine in Eumeswil, although the gods no longer participate. 30. In the Casbah, I have close personal contact only with the chamber stewards, who bring in breakfast and also serve in other ways. Some are only temporary, most permanent. Their official title is cabin steward. Aside from my general typological interest, I normally feel them out if only because I will have to share the command post with them. Kung, the Chinese, is concerned chiefly with his comfort. Nebek, the Lebanese, is a stalwart warrior but unpredictable. Someday, perhaps, I may have to aim over open sights at either man or both, but I am in no hurry to do so. For about a year I was served by Knut Darlin, a Norwegian. We were on and off duty at the same time because our work schedules were both tailored to the school semesters. He was studying chemistry. After sounding him out for a long time, I was surprised that he could have slipped through the nets of the psychologists, since he embodied the classic type of the unsafe personality. It is, of course, possible that a man's character reaches a critical point at which a tilt effect occurs. One fine day, after 30 years of loyal service, a cashier runs off with the cash box. An irreproachable burgher kills his entire family. This eruption can occur suddenly or only after lonesome brooding has undermined the moral foundation drop by drop. It has secretly hatched the misdeed. Well, fine or not fine, but one could assume that the psychologists, if one cares to take them at all seriously, could detect and warn against such a predisposition. In Darlin's case, his physical state had clouded their judgment. The Casbah greatly esteems a good appearance. On the other hand, as I know from my own experience, the testers are able to create situations in which the face is removed like a mask. Darlin looked wonderful. His picture could have graced the covers of magazines like Lady's Life or The Bachelor as a model of what thrives under the midnight sun. He also had a bohemian streak. Darlin would have cut a finer figure among the illustrious guests at the night bar than as a member of the staff, but he preferred the latter. In this regard, he personified a favorite motif of novelists, the corrupt aristocrat. If such a man cannot assert his role as lord among his peers, then he feels he can do a better job of it several degrees lower. He enjoys getting mixed up in dubious matters or visiting the tropics. The master among coloreds, his face appears in his mestizo sons. Peeling Darlin's strata away down to the core was not easy. They contradicted one another. To judge by his eyes, he seemed capable of anything. This was not the blue of the Adriatic, nor that of the Aegean, which can turn violet. It was the pale steel blue of the fjords, such as one sees on calm days. His left eye seemed smaller than the right because of its slightly drooping lid. This minor irregularity could scarcely be called a defect. It grew more blatant whenever Darlin pulled off stunts that he considered daring. Sometimes I felt he was trying to test me to see how far I could be provoked. It first struck me when he was recounting one of his nocturnal adventures. After sleeping with a woman in a hotel, he had gone downstairs in the morning and settled the bill with the desk clerk. "If you want to go up, she's still lying there. That'll save me the tip." And he winked at me. His caper struck me as even harsher in that the woman was no one-night stand. I soon realized that such behavior was intrinsic in him. He strove to do harm at any price, as if a demon were whispering to him. My failing to bat an eyelash, which would have been a mistake, increased his confidence. He gradually opened up. Bruno had already told me that Darlin played with drugs and explosives, but he had turned his back on him with their very first conversation. One of these days, he's going to blow himself up. A good forecast. It came true in an unusual and unpredictable way. Such are the genuine prophecies. Whenever he carried in my breakfast, I would get into a shorter or longer conversation with him, as with the other cabin stewards. He had sound attitudes. I am referring not to his morals, but to his trenchant way of formulating his views. Like many young men with time on their hands, he occupied his mind with the perfect crime, about which he also had a theory. Every crime, with almost no exception, has a weak spot, a flaw in the weave. I mean the interest, the focus of the cui bono, as the basic question of criminology. When the rich aunt dies, her nephew is closely scrutinized. The circumstances do not even have to be suspicious. If a hiker is robbed and killed in the woods, they look for the mugger. Presumably, he's already in the police register. Fine, but what's your point? At the Casbah, we used the familiar form with each other, which was normal between staff members, but not if I bumped into him at the university. My point is that interest and perfection are mutually exclusive. The more suspicious I look a priori, the more meticulously I have to work out the plan, especially the alibi. This creates a huge amount of evidence before I even get started. If you go through a bunch of suspects with a fine-tooth comb, you have to focus on the one who knows exactly where he was at the time in question. And you have to delve into it all the more painstakingly, the more time has worn by. Darlin must have pored over the matter thoroughly, all too thoroughly, I felt. Another time, he began talking about arson. If you've lit a fire, it's especially important not to have been at the scene of the crime. Arsonists therefore have to make ingenious preparations. Burning glasses, timing mechanisms, and similar devices are then found among the ashes. If a man is in a bad mood and he sets fire to a barn that he happens to be passing, he is seldom found out. Just like someone who walks into the forest and kills the very first person he runs into, but without robbing him. I said he'd have to be crazy. Darlin did not care to go into this. A lunatic would already be on file or about to be. Crazies don't count. There must be nothing special about the crime, nothing specific. So, art for art's sake, the joy of not only composing a criminal act but also perpetrating it, everyone asks, but only Rumpelstiltskin knows who it was. And then there's the thrill of danger. By an odd coincidence, I had been studying pre-revolutionary writers for some time, encyclopedists, playwrights, novelists. In this context, I had obtained details from the 18th, 19th and 20th Christian centuries, encounters between literature and politics, which now interest only historians. If a society is encrusted and a new consciousness is trying to break out, it recognizes itself in artworks. This explains their violent impact, which frightens not only the rulers, but often the artists themselves. A new man, basically, of course, always the same old one, is presented in his active and passive form. A vast gamut. The individual recognizes himself, from the sorrows of young Werther to Schiller's The Brigands, from the marriage of Figaro to the 120 days of Sodom. The topic emerged from my studies of anarchy, or, in more banal terms, from the question of why the individual is always taken in. It also contained dissertation subjects for Vigo's Institute. Few of them, incidentally, pleased the master, who was more enthralled with a Sybaris of the 6th pre-Christian century or a Venice circa 1725. But I do not wish to digress. I was talking about Darlin. When he said there must be nothing specific in the crime, I recalled one of the dissertations at the Institute. Its tide was Raskolnikov, the Werther of the 20th Christian century. It was still being written by an unusually gifted humanist. Raskolnikov, a character in a novel by a Russian author named Dostoevsky, who lived during the Tsarist period, plots a murder on a purely experimental basis. His problem is power. A man who proves he can shed blood has thereby ordained himself in the first holy orders. An old usurer becomes his victim, as random as any pedestrian who is run over in the street. He robs her of some jewelry, but even that is merely symbolic. He buries the loot under a rock and doesn't give it another thought. Thus, I thought of this Raskolnikov and mentioned him during that breakfast conversation. To my surprise and also malaise, Darlin had read the novel. He could have gotten it only from the humanist who was working on the dissertation. It did not sound like an accident. Darlin rejected the Russian as a Superman gone awry. Why does he kill that usurer of all people? Because he considers her useless, as superfluous as a louse. But that is highly specific, an ethical corset. That alone nipped the matter in the bud. Manuel, you did not understand what I told you. Initially, I had regarded him as a vandal such as is concealed in every man. In the young, the vandal comes out when they are in high spirits, especially after drinking. This manifestation can range from a beery prank to mayhem and assault. But Darlin's system was too intricate for such juvenilia. So then was he a socialist revolutionary, the sort that keep popping up and that were called nihilists during that final stage of Tsarism? A misnomer, incidentally, although they did wreak destruction preferably with dynamite, which had just been invented. They operated somewhat like big-game hunters. Just as hunters go after royal heads, they went after crowned heads. They were liquidated either by the system they fought or by the one that followed. The true nihilist will not lift a finger to change, much less improve the world. He is related more closely to the philosophers than to the politicians. Darlin loathed and no doubt disdained society, not just a given one, but any society as a matter of principle. His appearance was very casual but not unpleasant, since he set great store by his exterior. He read a lot. I would also see him in Vigo's history library. I noted, as a minor yet characteristic trait, the way he clutched the book so hard with both hands that he damaged the binding. There was nothing he respected. I had already heard from Bruno that Darlin's experiments were suspect. I once asked Darlin whether he observed the necessary caution. He said, "I work in one of the abandoned bunkers on the Sus," which, of course, I did not like to hear. The direction of his experiments fitted in with his leanings. His ruling principle seemed to be a perpetuum mobile of destruction. His train of thought, if I understood him correctly, was roughly as follows. Destruction must live on itself, gaining ground. This should be attained with the least possible exertion. If, for instance, someone wanted to destroy a forest by chopping down trees, he would have to hire an army of lumberjacks, yet all it takes is a feather shaft. How's that? I fill it with the eggs of a wood-eating moth from Australia and introduce it in the forest. Reproduction does the rest. Such things are possible. A child can set a whole city ablaze with a match. Darlin's doctoral thesis dealt with problems of antimatter. His insights into the molecular world, said Bruno, could not be disputed. This, he went on, required a special ability to see in 3 dimensions. But there were few, if any, practical results. He experimented with mordants, caustics, and corrosives, hoping to achieve highly dangerous potencies that would continue the destruction automatically. One morning, after listening to him enthuse about those experiments, I said, "You could do something beneficial by spraying your essences over large dump sites and polluted beaches. Perhaps you could tackle it biologically, grow bacteria that digest oil and rubber." I said that to annoy him. It was the exact opposite of what he had in mind. His heart, his thoughts must have been stirred by something manifested in corrosion, in gradual decomposition. It did not appear to suffice for a Luciferian spirit, since, oddly enough, his plans excluded fire. For a while he experimented with substances that could produce cancer-like alterations in cellulose. They could be used for infecting books and starting tumors that could devour whole libraries. He did not seem to be making much headway. Nevertheless, once or twice, Eumeswil postmen discovered that the contents of mailboxes had turned into a kind of gelatin. Now, who could have done that? Darlin yearned for greater disruptions. Yet he never so much as dreamt of joining a party, say, as a partisan. Instead, he hoped for more freedom for his own mischief. "If I rub someone out, I'll do it only from the back. I've already picked out a couple of bastards. But if I understand you correctly, you intend to hurt everyone, don't you?" "Of course, I wouldn't think twice about it." "Then you could just as easily knock off someone on the other side. The effect would be the same. No, Manuel, there's a fundamental difference. Mulling it over that evening, I had to agree with him. Darlene embodied the anarchic nihilist, a type that is not all that rare. What was special about him was that he not only reacted with a general malaise, he also thought about it. Of course, it made a difference whether he shot someone from the front or from the back, a difference not in the effect, but in the self-affirmation. I have noticed that a cat will turn up her nose at a piece of meat if I hand it to her, but she will devour it with gusto if she has stolen it. The meat is the same, but the difference lies in the predator's delight in recognizing itself. The anarchic nihilist is not to be confused with the socialist revolutionary. His aversion is not toward one person or another, but toward order per se. A social and a political, he represents the destructive workings of nature. He would like to accelerate them. Compared with even the modest methods of our tyranny, Darlin seems like a kind of Don Quixote tilting at windmills. What was accomplished when a train derailed, a bridge exploded, a department store burned to the ground? True, one has to see this in different terms, say as a paltry sacrifice to the delight of the powerful Shiva. A chemist seldom knows precisely what he is doing. While I did owe Darlin a number of insights, I nevertheless had to keep him at arm's length, if only for my personal safety. I would therefore divert the conversation about theory whenever he hinted at turning it into practice. But how did he come to be so open-hearted in my presence? He must have whiffed the anarch in me, a man with no ties to state or society. Still, he was unable to sense an autonomy that puts up with these forces as objective facts, but without recognizing them. What he lacked was a grounding in history. Opposition is collaboration. This was something from which Darlin, without realizing it, could not stay free. Basically, he damaged order less than he confirmed it. The emergence of the anarchic nihilist is like a goad that convinces society of its unity. The anarch, in contrast, not only recognizes society a priori as imperfect, he actually acknowledges it with that limitation. He is more or less repulsed by state and society, yet there are times and places in which the invisible harmony shimmers through the visible harmony. This is obvious chiefly in the work of art. In that case, one serves joyfully, but the anarchic nihilist thinks the exact opposite. The Temple of Artemis, to cite an example, would inspire him to commit arson. The anarch, however, would have no qualms about entering the temple in order to meditate and to participate with an offering. This is possible in any temple worthy of the name. I believe I've already mentioned that Darlin was originally detailed for my battle station at the Duck Shack. This put me in a quandary, for he could be expected to cause me headaches. Yet it was equally certain that he would not do so for long. He would have to be stopped, if only for my own safety. At that point, either the Chinese or the Lebanese was slated to be the third man, whoever happened to be on duty when the alarm was sounded. The Lebanese was aggressive. At my faintest nod, Darlin would be taken care of. On the other hand, I could not bank on the phlegmatic Chinese. I would have to take care of it myself. This would be safer and also consistent with my own responsibility. The latter is the anarch's ultimate authority. 31. I am reminded of an anecdote that, while only remotely connected, gave me pause to think when I heard it, or rather overheard it, from Attila. After all, for my own edification, I unobtrusively tapped the stream of conversation, drawing things off into my own conduit. It was already early morning, a time when the night bar is most revealing. The men, I no longer know why, were discussing abortion. In Eumeswil, abortion is one of the actions that are punishable but not prosecuted. They include, among other things, gambling, smoking opium, and, strangely enough from the Casbah's viewpoint, pederasty. Nearly everyone gets involved in an abortion. Everyone knows about it. People even boast about it. But the authorities look the other way. I, too, would have fallen victim to my dearest old dad and been flushed down the toilet if my mother had not insisted on having me. Everyone knows. This is especially true of the Domo and the police. Bizarre hieroglyphs are pierced into their files. They lead to a chronique scandaleuse that is carefully preserved in voluminous dossiers. The Domo observes the principle that not every crime has to be prosecuted, but if it is, then not only must it satisfy the terms of a statute, It should also throw off something for the journalists. Only then does it also gain political clout. That is why he sets great store by piquant details. This attitude will be perceived in any absolute regime. One of the first reports of the day is delivered by the chief of police, who always has immediate access. That was the Sun King's practice with de Argenson. Thus, an action that is actionable in itself is graciously overlooked. This changes, however, if someone has incurred displeasure. He is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Greasing palms is customary. It even facilitates trade and traffic, as their names indicate. Yet bribery is illegal. If it is shouted from the rooftops, one can also reckon with envy, but if, say, the Domo wishes to trip up the wren, he will not indict Zerwick for seeking to denigrate the condor as a scavenger. Instead, Zerwick will be tried for bribery or extortion. All these editors use informers to penetrate the inner sanctums of the rich and powerful. This pays off in the form of sensations or private transactions. The victim either coughs up or exposes himself to moral indignation. The same is true of abortion. It is tolerated here, if only to keep the economy stable. The cake is always sliced up into the same number of pieces, even if some are smaller and some bigger. Poverty does not come out of nowhere. It is bred. There were periods when abortion was even rewarded. This was an aside from the Domo during the debate that I jotted down. Proletarii were the citizens who served the state not with money but with children. Ever since progressive ideas and nationalist ethos lost their vigor, at least in Eumeswil, 2 children are enough for rich or poor. Dear old Dad would have contented himself with 1. As I see, I have inserted a digression into my digression. At times the quill simply runs away with itself. This can do no harm, inasmuch as I have taken on the secondary task of describing the order or, if you like, disorder of Eumeswil. Nevertheless, such meandering should not degenerate into a game of Chinese boxes. Thus my outline of my daily schedule has gotten as far as breakfast and the cabin stewards who serve it. First of all, Darlin, who might someday get so dangerous that, to put it in the Casbah's straightforward lingo, which is popular even with him, he would have to be knocked off. I have also noted that, to use another of these quaint phrases, one had best take care of it personally. This was meant to illustrate an anecdote I had heard from Attila in the night bar when they were discussing abortion. I am trying to piece together the biography of this physician from the various sections of his life, and to do so I must rely on whatever I pick up in conversation. It appears that his life has often verged on the fantastic or even gone over the brink. The historian is therefore confronted with a peculiar problem. I will call it the inclusum and sketch it briefly. History is not simply what has happened, it is the arrangement of those events. This arranging is done first by the chronicler, then by the historian. Needless to say, not only does a selection take place, but the style of the period also plays its part. Some facts are overexposed, others not even glimpsed. They vanish forever, or are fished out one day by a resourceful mind. For instance, the lead content in Roman plumbing and its influence on the mortality rate. Recently, I stumbled on a history of Norway from the final days of the Second Christian Millennium. A major demagogue had invaded this country and oppressed it. This period filled 3/4 of the text. The previous 2,000 years, including the Viking era, were compressed into the first quarter of the book. Fine, those are foreshortenings, which are corrected within a few generations. But inclusum means something else, that which is altogether different. There are phases within the course of events that the historian can barely cope with, if at all. He contents himself with shrugging them off as dark, like, say, the witch hunts of the 16th Christian century. But what lies hidden in the darkness? People certainly have explanations, but they barely go beyond causes and mechanisms. These persecutions were, no doubt, occasioned by the witch's hammer and the infamous bull issued by Pope Innocent VIII, the very model of a persecutor. There is no denying that the madness of the inquisitors infected the defendants bit by bit. This is corroborated by the judicial records. Nevertheless, the overall complex rises like a bubble from the murky bottom to the surface, a mirror of history. People have always believed in witches and will always believe in them. Their faith corresponds to a concrete type that changes with the times. Just recently, an old crone was apprehended here. She had taken straw contaminated with a virus and thrown it into a neighbor's stable. A demonological literature a la the witch's hammer still exists, but underground. Whenever it has an effect, whenever it turns virulent, one can assume other causes, above all, a cosmic angst in search of objects. The inclusum can expand, hence the savage's terror during a solar eclipse. He is afraid that the huge star will be swallowed up. Most people regard the night as an inclusum of the day. Very few, like Fechner and Novalis, believe the opposite. Must the morning always return? Will the sway of the earthly never end? Time was meted out to the light and to waking, but timeless is the reign of night. An inclusum can be brief, even flash by like lightning, and yet transform the person and thereby the world. An example was provided by St. Paul on the road to Damascus. His experience should not be confused with the return of mythical figures to history. Rather, it opens up a new kind of phenomena. Incidentally, there can be no doubt about the resurrection. The emptiness of the tomb undermines certainty rather than strengthening it. According to Celsus, some gardeners did not want their cabbages trampled by the mourners, and so they removed the corpse at night. An argument for the simple-minded. A phenomenon in this sense, a resurrection, presumes the existence of a corpse in the first place. The primal image is image and mirror image. According to St. John Chrysostom, the resurrection is denied only by the vicious. According to St. Gregory of Nyssa, it takes us back to divine nature. He pictures it more or less like a savage slipping out of the fur from which his body is liberated in its full perfection. Since the body retains its form, the organs must have a different purpose than physical necessity. The painter sees this more clearly than the anatomist. If St. John Chrysostom was right, then vice must have become quite popular in Eumeswil. Nevertheless, every individual is haunted, indeed tormented by this topic. In my exercises, I too am confronted with problems that I can scarcely resolve, but that have an effect precisely by surfacing. It is, I feel, well attested that image and reflection, body and astral body, can be simultaneous. A reflection and a corpse can also appear simultaneously, but no doubt only for a short time. The dying or even dead man sees himself at his bed, while his near and dear are already lamenting his demise, and the physicians are still bustling around him. It may be possible to summon him back to his body. That would be roughly the opposite of resurrection, and all the people to whom it has happened claim they regretted it. In the moment of death, many people reach beyond their earthly being and bear tidings about this. There are 1,000 testimonies. In the glowing of sunset, a now invisible star reaches into the visible as if with arms. Insertions, it seems, were laid bare at the start of the third Christian millennium. People must have grown ever wearier with the ciphering of the world. On the other hand, a desire for spiritualization was palpable, but it could make no headway against bulldozing ideas. These failures suffice for the formations of sects, for works by artists who starve to death or take their own lives, for technological and political mistakes in the style of Brobdingnag. The historian has a hard time defining the contours of this Tower of Babel with its cracks, breaches, and oubliettes. Even contemporaries had not known what was happening. But these insertions proliferated, and we wonder, are they rumors, dreams, or facts buried by catastrophes? This is the spirit of Atlantis. Here in Eumeswil, the optics have been simplified, inasmuch as the dreamlike elements have increased and are weakening reality. As a historian, I cannot take them seriously, though I can as an interpreter of dreams. Through them, I gaze down at history with its cathedrals and palaces as if at a sunken Julin swallowed up by the ocean. I hear the tolling of bells from the deep, a painful pleasure. I am shaken not by the roar of battles now, but by the brief, dreadful hush when armies stand face to face. The sun glitters on their armor. Equalization and the cult of collective ideas do not exclude the power of the individual. Quite the opposite. He concentrates the wishful thinking of millions like the focal point of a concave mirror. He becomes their mime, their tragedian. His theatre is the world. He can draft titanic plans, be it for the common good or for his own delight. They come pouring in to haul, fight, and die for him. Nero, in order to construct his golden house, tears down a portion of Rome and pierces through the Isthmus of Corinth, two works he never completed. In the phase I have mentioned, such plans, including misdeeds, were raised to a higher power by automation. They were joined by Plutonian might. The accounts multiply here, and in checking them, I waver between what happened and what was dreamed or concocted. It also appears that immense hypnotic forces were released. This is useful for insertions. Back then, as in the days of witch trials, terror must have been widespread, along with the concomitant persecutions. The tableau includes a subterranean system, drillings, excavations, catacombs, all sorts of Plutonian activities. The preliminary labors for the Luminar also began, the Alexandrian gathering and stockpiling of data, plus the appropriate technology. Nero said, "My predecessors did not know what risks can be taken." This is a mood that recurs when the radiant circle around power becomes rigid. Wishes must come true at once. The world becomes a puppet show. The masters frown at the slightest delay. One of these modern rulers wanted to have a meditation chamber for hatching his plans in solitude. He had his men hollow out an alpine peak and carve an elevator inside the massif. This reminded me of the invincible stronghold of old Eumenes. Moreover, the private individual has similar cravings, only he cannot fulfill them. That is why he projects them, half with pleasure, half with fear, onto the powerful. Another ruler, or was it the same one, transformed an entire mountain chain into a fortress containing huge stores of provisions and tremendous arsenals. It was meant to ward off an encirclement or an assault by superior forces. He also brought in treasures and artworks and constructed lupanars, baths and theatres. In this way, they could hold out for 15 years in a kind of deliciously extended twilight. The pyre in Nineveh, where Sardanapalus had himself burned alive with his treasures and his wives, blazed for only 15 days. After the first lunar landing, there were few, if any, problems that could not be solved by technology, so long as money was no object. Those space flights had left behind a disenchantment that, in turn, gave latitude to romantic fancies. They were reinforced by the potency of dynamics. Reports on a strange island in the North Sea were equated by many with the periodic tales of sea serpents. Navigators whose ships had struggled through the ice floes of the Arctic night claimed they had been terrified by the mirage-like vision of a radiantly illuminated palace. Some maintained they had sighted a huge tower on a cliff that was inaccessible on all sides. Others said that the rows of windows had been broken into the rock, and that light was streaming from its interior. The rock must have been hewn like a beehive. I delved into these accounts. Vigo's Institute has collected a huge number of relevant items, especially clippings and articles from occult periodicals. In addition, I have consulted the Luminar. It was also alleged that astronauts from other planets were landing on ours. Many people had seen them. Every rumor has a more or less concrete nugget. What got me thinking was that no pilots flew over that area. They avoided it because airplanes kept vanishing there and were never heard from again. I am willing to admit that as an Anak I was lured by the image of this castle, shining in the polar night like the residence of the Flying Dutchman. If a Croesus, or better yet a Crassus of that era, a man bursting with political power, had created his Buen Retiro here, then he certainly had a flair for ultimate contrasts. The landscape was filled with howling storms that until recently would have been lethal to anyone venturing to explore the storm center. The ocean was covered with floes that the surf shattered on the basalt. No wasteland could be more inhospitable. Inside, the opposite, the light, the warmth of baths and winter gardens, the orchestral music in festive halls, and overall, the tremendous, almost godlike arrogance. Anything goes here. We also hear about moonlit nights with curtains of aurora borealis. Outdoors, blue icebergs silently drift by. The storms fall still. An equilibrium, as if immense forces were hovering there creates expectation but without dread. 32. How did I come to surmise that Attila might have occupied a position there similar to the one he has here with the condor? I could only speculate. His travels had certainly led him to the farthest north. He loves islands, deserts, jungles. Like Ahasuerus, he dwelt in cities that have burned to the ground and whose names are snuffed out. He knows the frontiers where illusion and reality abolish each other. When his tongue loosens in the morning hours, I stand behind the bar as a hunter. The harder I focus, the more I expect the appearance of animals whose names are not in books. He knows the island, I am fairly certain. He once mentioned the entrance, which resembles Fingal's cave, yet not a word about the celebrations on the brink of nothingness when the basalt was crowned with St. Elmo's fire. Though Attila has probably seen a great deal, including somber things, he retrospectively prefers the splendor of silence, the moonlit clearings. That island, whether the same or a comparable one, lay far beyond the Arctic Circle. The sun would revolve around the horizon for weeks and weeks without grazing it. The summer transformed the island from a place of terrors into a mythical world. It was icebound and therefore shielded. Legions of birds and sea animals had flown over or swum under this barrier, frolicking on, above, or below the surface of this icy clear ocean. I enjoyed hearing Attila talk about his fishing expeditions. He knew less and more about animals than Rosner did, less about measurable data, more about their virtues, their divine power. The condor found this reassuring. If and how far a mind penetrates matter, and whether it grasps the crown of the root from which the details branch off, these things are perceived even in practice. He's no general, he's a specialist, I once heard the Domo comment when rejecting an application. The born commander requires neither an office nor a diploma. He is recognized by his gaze and his voice. And the man predestined to create is recognized by the dreamlike mood he emanates. That is the effect of artworks, their immeasurable, incomprehensible enchantment, and also their power to console. While listening, I was reminded of my profession. The historian must keep both feet on the ground of time in history, the ground of space in geography. But the earth is beautiful. Occasionally it seemed as if Attila, by blending color into his words, were discussing a period of painting. From early to late Romanticism, from Impressionism to magical realism and beyond. I could see him nosing out of the basalt. He was sitting in a kayak, and behind him an Inuit with yellow skin and red hair was clutching a paddle in both hands. On the water, ice was drifting in white flakes and blue floes with seals resting on them. The seals would wait for the kayak to come very close before they glided into the sea. The space was inundated with light. The ice crystals splintered it up. Amidst the slivers, multicolored plains shone in soft hues, teeming life of suspended animalcules, soup for Leviathan. He wallowed in the food, moved through it like the ancient hunters in the clouds of game. Attila seems to have felt more like an observer there than a hunter. He was charmed not so much by the giants as by the creatures that were their pasture. Of course, the wealth, the plethora of forms, increases as they get tinier. The phenomenon gains in meaningful density the closer it gets to non-extension. This reminds me of one of the pointless conversations I had with my dear brother about origin. Perhaps I will come back to this later on. Returning from the far north, Attila had brought along a primordial delight in superfluousness. The latter, he said, represented the capital whose interest nourishes the world, harvest by harvest. That was how the hunter lived amidst tremendous herds, which kept multiplying without his interference, long before the earth was notched by the plowshare. The hunter has companions, but tillage brought slavery, killing became murder, freedom ended, the game was driven away. In Cain, a descendant of the primal hunter was resurrected, his avenger perhaps. Genesis supplies only a rumor about all this. It hints at Yahweh's bad conscience regarding the slayer. I enjoyed hearing these things when I poured the refills long past midnight. Those were spores that the anarch repeatedly tracks down, and the poet too. No poet is without a touch of anarchy. Where else could poetry come from? Attila felt that superfluousness requires its control. When the word comes surging, the poet has not yet formed it into a poem. Countless shapes slumber in marble, but who will bring forth even one? Hard by the rich pastures, Attila had run into nomads who arduously dug their food from the earth, worms and roots. Audiobook, that was the Inuit's name, was still a good hunter. He knew how to wield his bow. Once Attila asked him to shoot a black-throated diver swimming some 80 feet from their kayak. The bird eluded the first arrow by diving. The second pierced its head through both eyes when it resurfaced. Otherwise, the Inuits were thoroughly corrupted by dealing with the whalers, who, next to the sandalwood skippers, were notoriously the worst villains ever to plough the seas. From them, they had learned how to smoke, drink, and gamble. They gambled away their dogs, boats, weapons, and also their wives. A woman might change hands 5 times in a single night. Yet Audiobook also knew about the days before any ship had ever penetrated these climes. Grandmothers who had heard about the past from their grandmothers would tell their grandchildren. The big day in an Inuit's life comes when, still a boy, he kills his first seal. The men gather around him and his booty. They hail his dexterity and praise the seal. Never has anyone seen such a strong animal and such good meat. Killing a seal is difficult. A man is not a hunter if he fails. He has to content himself with female food, with fish, seaweed, and crustaceans. Strange tales are told about such men. One of them, finding no wife, had to make do with a mussel, and he lost his member because the shell clamped shut. The hunter, in contrast, is a free man, around whom the world arranges itself. He alone maintains the family, richly providing it with meat and hides as well as blubber, which provides light and warmth in the simply endless winter night. The hunter is bold and cunning, and like all early hunters, he is related to the game he tracks. His body is plump and brawny like a sea mammal's. It is rich in blood and fat and has the same smell as the animal. The hunter will brave even the whale and the polar bear. But the winter is long. It can come early and wear on interminably. Nor is the hunter always lucky. Though the pantry and storeroom of his ice dwelling can be chock full at the start of winter, the crossing of the Arctic night remains a unique venture. Incidentally, prior to setting up my bunker on the Seuss, I studied construction plans that Captain Ross had found among the Eskimos of New North Wales. A basic theme for the Anak is how man, left to his own devices, can defy superior forces, whether state, society, or the elements, by making use of their rules without submitting to them. It is strange, Sir William Parry wrote when describing the igloos on Winter Island, it is strange to think that all these measures are taken against the cold and in houses of ice. If the prey is inadequate, then the family will not survive the winter. It will waste away with hunger and scurvy in its glass palace. Polar bears will break open the igloo and find their meals. They will be followed by foxes and gulls. Frost is a harsh master. Even while the Greenlander is struggling with death, the others bend his legs under his loins to make the grave shorter. If twins are born, the hunter kills one so that the second may live. The food would not suffice for both. If a mother dies in childbirth, the newborn is buried with her, or a bit later, when the father, at the end of his rope, can no longer stand the baby's bawling. The father's grief is, of course, unbearable, especially when it is a son. So goes Parry's account. Sometimes infants are exposed on desert islands when winter comes. Why did Attila stress such details in his reminiscences of the polar night? What was his guiding thought? That is what the Domo always asks when checking instructions. Was Attila bent on offering examples of the power of necessity? When worse comes to worst, a man is forced to make decisions that are hard, cruel, yes, even deadly. Naturally, the Arctic tribes, or whatever is left of them, have long since been perishing in comfort. This is a gradual dying over generations. But the fateful question remains in its harshness, even if time gives it a different mask. With the discovery of oil in northern Alaska, high-rises shot up there as everywhere else in those days. A traveler walled in by fire on the 20th floor of a hotel has to choose between burning up and leaping into space. He will jump. This is documented by photographs. But this did not seem to be Attila's point. His guiding thought in that discussion, which, as we recall, concerned abortion, was more or less, "It is reprehensible to delegate a misdeed." The hunter takes his son to the mother's grave and kills him. He does not assign the task to anyone else, not his brother, not the shaman. He carries it out himself. If a man here in Eumeswil has made a child, he usually hands his wife or girlfriend a check and feels he is off the hook, certain that she will take care of it. Attila obviously means that if the man personally killed his son like the Inuit, then he would know what he was doing. As an anarch who acknowledges neither law nor custom, I owe it to myself to get at the very heart of things. I then probe them in terms of their contradictions, like image and mirror image. Either is imperfect. By seeking to unite them, which I practice every morning, I manage to catch a corner of reality. My mother wanted me. She knew me when she was carrying me under her heart. She knew me better than I will ever get to know myself, even if I live to be 100. She wanted me, no matter how I would develop physically, mentally, ethically. She wanted me as I am. Had I been born an idiot, a cripple, a murderer, she would have loved me even more fervently. Her tears are worth more than the father's pride when he sees his son crossing the threshold in a wreath of laurels. My father hounded me when my life was frailest. This may be our most exquisite time. My mother concealed me from him in her womb, like Rhea hiding Zeus in the grotto of Ida to shield him from the clutches of a voracious Cronus. Those are monstrous images. They make me shudder. Conversations between matter and time. They lie as erratic boulders, uninterpreted, beneath the surveyed land. Uninterpreted, no doubt, but the field is active. I picture myself appearing to my father when he is approachable, in a dream, that is, and demanding an explanation. I would then get to hear what they all say about the situation of the poor, ill-paid teacher and a married man, to boot. Such are the standards in Eumeswil, a fellow society that periodically suffers moral harassment from demagogues until generals come and insert an artificial spine. Some ration, others squander gold, salt, and blood. Et que votre raisonnaire n'a pas 5 sous dans sa poche. One does best to pay back with small change. For instance, "Hey, Dad, couldn't you have been a little more careful in the map room?" Perhaps he, for his part, might talk some sense into me, albeit in a discussion such as is conducted only in dreams, in realms, that is, where individuality, though not yet eliminated, is strongly diffused. Diffundere, to pour out, to tap wine from the cask. Pliny, but also to cheer up, relax. Thus Ovid, for instance, Jupiter nectar diffusus. Prudence is indicated here, a basic issue. The anarch's relationship to his father is broached. The discussion can, as I have said, be conducted only in a dream, for had my father taken my advice back then in the map room, I would never have materialized in the first place. So our conversation would be impossible in the geographic Eumeswil, but not in the dream city of the same name, for dreams can include not only the dead, but also the unborn. There is no doubt that I owe my father my existence, assuming that existence in fact deserves gratitude. The tremendous wastefulness in the universe gives one pause to think. After all, aside from me, some 10,000 others were awaiting their turn in the map room. My father could give me existence, but not being. I was in the latter before my birth, nay, my conception, and I will be in it after my death. Being comes into being through creation, existence through procreation. The Father provides existence by procreating. In procreating the Son, he demonstrates creation symbolically. He is given a priestly office. A great appeal is propagated through time, echo by echo. An obligation to the Father cannot be denied. It is normal for the Father to sacrifice the Son. This establishes the basis for myth, religion, history. It may be normal, but it is not my job to decide whether it is right. Such questions lead away from the main path. As a historian, I have to deal with the order of facts. They abide what is right and legal changes. In this regard, I benefit from freeing myself from moral and religious bonds. Even Moses, when I summon him to the Luminar, must answer to me. The Father shakes the foundations when sacrificing the Son. The Inuit, cited by Attila, was aware of this. Zebaoth himself held back the Father's arm as it brandished the slaughtering knife on Mount Dominus Videt. Although the Lord of Hosts had demanded the offering symbolically, he would not allow it pragmatically. I summoned one of the old city kings who lost hope after a long siege. Unable to see a way out, he took his son to the rampart and sacrificed him to Baal. This spectacle horrified the foes. They gave up the siege and quit the land. This recurs in history. In all countries and all ages, the father appeals to the son when he is at the end of his tether. Ancient and modern princes, party chiefs and clan chieftains, high priests, parliaments, senates, whether the father is waging a just or an unjust war, planning vendettas or pillages, having him fight for provinces or for ideas, the son steps in for him. It also happens that a son will settle accounts with a father. He topples him from the cathedra, the throne, the altar. If things should reach the point of my collaborating on Vigo's historical opus Historia in Newts, as he occasionally suggests, I would incorporate the chapter on father and son in the basic structure. It is not that I, as an Anak, reject authority à tout prix. On the contrary, I seek it, and that is precisely why I reserve the right to examine it. I come from a family of historians. A man without history is someone who has lost his shadow. At the same time, he becomes repulsively flexible. I can observe this only too well in the Eumeswil professors. One half are crooks, the other eunuchs, barring very few. These exceptions are outdated men like Bruno and Vigo, or, like Rosner, solid artisans. I can count my dear dad among the eunuchs, the speechifiers. It is impossible for us to have a conversation about facts without his puffing it up with social and economic platitudes and spicing it up with moralisms he derives from them. Saying what everyone else says is a delight for him. He comes out with things like, "I am simply expressing the public opinion," and he actually prides himself on such things. A journalist, even though he disagrees with the current editorials. He is controversial. For him, as for all eunuchs, that is a put-down. The exact opposite of an anarch. God bless him. But why is he a historian? Great conversations have taken place between father and son, even here, and as far back as the period of the Diadochi conversations between the powerful and also between losers. The anarch is fascinated by both. The imminence of death sharpens the outlines. We had, if I am not mistaken, an Antigonus. He led the elephants in the center. His son in the right flank led the cavalry. Both men died in battle. The father was not found until several days later, when the vultures were already at work. However, his dog was still guarding his corpse. Later on, an admiral likewise perished with his 2 sons. They went down with the fleet. My dear brother, who misses no chance to mouth something stupid, opined, it was foolish for all 3 of them to sail out together. Then the father's conversation with his son prior to the latter's execution under the wall, a conversation that laid the foundations of a regime that endured for 40 years. And finally the conversation before the murder of the tyrant, a conversation that, of course, in the nature of things, usually occurs between brothers. Naturally, I know that neither war nor civil war has any historical sense here. War is waged by fathers, civil war by sons. Here in Eumeswil, the mercenaries have to be kept on a tight leash and in high spirits, and the officers under strict surveillance. For these reasons alone, the government is reluctant to get involved in foreign quarrels, and revolutions lose their charm if they become permanent fixtures. Tyrannicide, the killing of the tyrannus absque titulo, presumes the existence of underdogs of quality. It would resemble the beheading of the Hydra. For every tyrant, 30 more would sprout, as long ago under Lysimachus. A conversation with my father would be as pointless as wallowing in the mud of the lagoon. Getting fired up as he does over long, worn-out buzzwords, he is even more closely bound to tradition than I. Yet his way is necrophilia. I am an anarch in space, a meta-historian in time. Hence I am committed to neither the political present nor tradition. I am blank and also open and potent in any direction. My dear dad, in contrast, still pours his wine into the same rotting wineskins, still believes in a constitution when nothing and no one constitutes anything. A conversation with the father could orient me. Why is it always night when I imagine it? We are standing on deck. The sea is hollow. He is the steersman who stays on course even when the constellations are veiled. Father, how far are we from Actium? Or else I stand next to him in a very old astronomical observatory, trying to find out about the weather. We have left the final sign of the zodiac behind us. The influence of sea and waves is very strong now, the mother's influence too. The animals have lost their rank, which was not equal but superior to that of human beings. Even the fish were suspect. They appeared neither in shoals nor as Leviathan. We can exterminate the animals but not annihilate them. They withdraw from manifestation to the primal images, perhaps to the stars. The men who explored the moon could not tell that there was life on it, for they brought the wasteland with them. The earth cleanses itself periodically. New shapes will come thronging. They are heralded by tremendous birth pangs. Then new Prometheuses will be their midwives. Or will we find our way back to the animals after a chain of spiritualizations, as after a sleepless night? Thus, the lamb could return on a higher level, as Capricorn, a sign uniting happiness and power. But could that happen with the empirical father who has lost his rank? 33. How did I get on this topic? I am still at breakfast, waited on by Darlin. Right, I was saying that he could mess things up for me personally. Say, as part of my team at the duck shack to which he would be detailed. There he would be in clover. Then he would be knocked off. I was saying that instead of delegating this job to the Lebanese, who would enjoy it too much, I would take charge of it myself, like Attila's Inuit. When Darlin expatiates, I listen to his nihilistic tirades. They are instructive, yet I find the trust he places in me dubious. I eat my breakfast as if I were not listening. The tea is cold. You've been dawdling in the corridor, or else you've been laying one of your rotten eggs again. That is unlikely, however, for here in the Casbah he is on his guard. Though noteworthy as a type, he will scarcely do more harm than a mosquito. Some of his machinations are not altogether pointless. I dislike the mailbox scheme because I suspect that it recently claimed a letter I had sent to Ingrid. As for any other mischief he causes in Eumeswil, I am unconcerned. I mention my indifference because it illuminates the gap between positions. The anarchist, as the born foe of authority, will be destroyed by it after damaging it more or less. The anarch, on the other hand, has appropriated authority. He is sovereign. He therefore behaves as a neutral power vis-à-vis state and society. He may like, dislike, or be indifferent to whatever occurs in them. That is what determines his conduct. He invests no emotional values. Darlin will not get very far. Such types try to hoist a boulder that is much too heavy for them. They are crushed when it slides back. Moreover, they draw attention. Often they fall victim to the first cleansings. They do not know the rules. They even scorn them. They are like people who deliberately drive on the wrong side of the road and want to be applauded for doing so. The anarch, in contrast, knows the rules. He has studied them as a historian and goes along with them as a contemporary. Wherever possible, he plays his own game within their framework. This makes the fewest waves. Thus, Darlin's liquidation would presumably be consistent with the system that he defied, but that is not the basis for my legitimation. One might erroneously assume that I take bloodshed lightly. Not by a long shot. I simply stay free of moral judgments. Blood has its own laws. It is as untamable as the sea. The historian is familiar with many examples of the inadequacy of moral judgments. Over and over again, especially after crushing defeats, history brings forth constitutions because of which one does not dare touch a hair on the heads of even cannibalistic sorts. And the retort is inevitable. The government didn't have the courage to have me shot. The feeling is not mutual. First the rider slackens the reins, then the horse bolts. The extremes meet. Some people lavishly squander blood, others shy away from it. This contradiction is probably based on a telluric equilibrium. The Romans knew why they gave the arena an oval form and draped the divine effigies before the start of the games. There are jurists and even theologians who advocate capital punishment as the last resort of justice. Others reject it as immoral. Both sides have good reasons. Both call upon statistics, which as usual can be exploited every which way. Numbers should be kept aloof. This controversy passes the anarch by. For him, the linking of death and punishment is absurd. In this respect, he is closer to the wrongdoer than to the judge, for the high-ranking culprit who is condemned to death is not prepared to acknowledge his sentence as atonement. Rather, he sees his guilt in his own inadequacy. Thus, he recognizes himself not as a moral, but as a tragic person. On the other hand, authority will do everything it can to make him repent. But hats off to the man who remains true all the way to himself and to his cause. Here, too, there is a difference between tactics and strategy. The cornered man can deny his guilt and risk some dodges. He can sacrifice his pieces until only the king is left on the board. That was how Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templars, behaved when retracting the confession that had been tortured out of him. He was then burned to death very slowly. Incidentally, the charges that Philip the Fair leveled against the Templars do not seem entirely concocted. The study of this order, combined with the study of the Old Man of the Mountain, is a gold mine. Alamut and Famagusta, Baphomet and Leviathan. For the anarch, the death penalty makes no sense, but it does have meaning, for he reckons with it. This is among the realities that heighten his tension and alertness. A maxim I heard at the night bar points in this direction. One should not spoil the game for the man who is gambling his life. One should take him seriously. It was the domo speaking. The subject was a pardon, to which I will come back. It does not look good, whether someone is put to death in classical fashion or otherwise. An uncleared battlefield is likewise a repulsive sight. The images were denser when united fronts and squadrons were led into combat. Plainly, such things were more easily disregarded. Executions were public. They were well attended. With the spread of atheism, death grows more horrible since annihilation is total and irrevocable. Death is overrated, both by the person suffering it and by the person inflicting it. Repentance, too, is secularized. It no longer relates to the evildoer's salvation before he passes away into the cosmic order. Now it signifies his obeisance to society and its legislation. My dear brother exhibits photographs to demonstrate the odiousness of executions. Since, as I have said, the association of death and punishment is absurd for the anarch, my brother is wasting his breath with me. Besides, he is making a fool of himself, since, as a historian, he ought to know that one can prove anything with photographs, even the very opposite, especially if it is odious. Art has the privilege of showing the ultimate horrors and also the glory of martyrdom. The anarch knows the fundamental law. He also knows its falsifications. He realizes that atonement is his due for misdeeds against it. The state has tricked him out of the right to pass this judgment. It is obligated to carry it out on his behalf. Instead, one sees eunuchs convening in order to disempower the populace in whose name they presume to speak. This is logical, since the eunuch's most heartfelt goal is to castrate the free man. What ensues are laws demanding that you should run to the district attorney while your mother is being raped. They cheat a man out of the blood that expiates murder, just as they rob him of the gold attesting to his share of the sun, and spoil the salt that, as the spirit of the earth, unites all free men. Against this background, the nihilism of Adalin is understandable, even when he employs abstruse methods. He feels an urge to blow up something. These are the beacons of the impotent. The populace consists of individuals and free men, while the state is made up of numbers. When the state dominates, killing becomes abstract. Servitude began with the shepherds. In the river valleys it attained perfection with canals and dikes. Its model was the slavery in mines and mills. Since then, the ruses for concealing chains have been refined. The anarchists would like to change this. Their ideas are inherently wrong. Man should be not the sun's friend, but the sun itself. And that he is. The mistake lies in his failure to recognize his place, his home, and thereby his right. In its late period, that is, when it has already fully consumed the populace and alleges to be acting purely at its behest, the state either renounces killing or else overkills. This must be connected to the building of dikes. Now and then there are floods. Killing is delegated. A eunuch who could not harm a fly administers any number of killings from his desk. The victims are innocent. So is the eunuch. The verdict no longer intervenes. The number reigns. The gods have gone home. I have studied the revolt of the Vendians in the Luminar. Their war was bizarre, a Gothic relic. It was waged by the three fundamental estates, knights, peasants, and clerics. The relationship to the king was still personal and intact. The Republicans were far better equipped and vastly outnumbered the Royalists. That is the classical situation for the forest flight, the kind achieved some 2 centuries later against Leviathan, albeit in swamps and tropical thickets. In Brittany, the forest was reduced to a gridwork of hedges. Under their cover, the Chouans trailed the regiments marching along the roads and intimidated them with shrieks. These peasants who, as one historian says, could barely distinguish their right hand from their left, had very few rifles, mostly bird guns. But they were good shots. They crossed themselves before firing. Very ancient reserves must have survived there in both the earth and the people. Napoleon eventually built military roads through this countryside. Vigo mentioned this as an example of constellations that he calls faded reminiscences. Long, long ago, bronze against the Neolithic. I mention this because of the 5,000 captured Republicans of Saint-Florent-Iviel. After various skirmishes, they had fallen into the hands of the peasants. The prisoners had to be gotten rid of. The mood was not favorable to them. They had left a trail of burned villages, castles, and churches, and the news had come from Paris that the Queen had been guillotined. Commander Cholet had brought the captives here. C'était un homme fort dur. During the march, he had had 9 of them shot for attempting to escape. When their fate was deliberated, everything was repeated that tends to be voiced on such occasions. Finally, the decision was left to Monsieur de Marigny, who said that such a butchery went beyond his strength. He did not feel up to it. Monsieur de Lescure, who, being heavily wounded, had participated only silently, murmured, "Ah, je respire deg." Incidentally, these prisoners soon got hold of some cannon and predictably shot at their liberators. That is why Monsieur de Marigny's decision deserves all the more respect. Presumably the captives wanted to ward off any suspicion of having royalist sympathies and to put themselves in a good light for the convention. The army was accompanied by Republican commissioners. The knowledge of such fears is soon lost. For anyone studying them, the biographies of revolutionary generals are informative. In such conflicts, the knight is at a disadvantage vis-à-vis the demagogue, because his responses are chivalrous, hence old-fashioned. Such is his nature. He will perish along with it. Monsieur de Marigny could have opted for execution. This would have conformed to the period style, degrading him into the adversary of a Fouquier-Tinville. In any case, he had no intention of delegating his responsibility or evading it by merely signing his name. Responsibility is the bottom line of a soliloquy. A tragedy makes it concrete by distributing the responsibility among several characters. 34. My anxieties about the headaches that Darlin might cause me were needless. Every man destroys himself, albeit each in his own style. Bruno's forecast in this matter was accurate. If prophecies come true in some unforeseeable way, then they are all the more convincing. Sebastian Carnex, a lawyer known throughout the city, was exceedingly fat. His natural aggressiveness was beneficial to his profession, but whenever he tried to fast, he grew bilious and made mistakes. Attila took him in hand, prescribing a regimen that would both help him slim down and strengthen him. To this end, he put him on a nut diet. A nut, by its very substance, forces you to chew meticulously. That is only one of its virtues. So Carnex was to eat as many nuts as he wanted, but also to go walking, namely barefoot along the beach. Diet and exercise are the classical remedies in such cases. Attila thereby weaned him away from meat and a sedentary lifestyle. He also made sure that Carnex usually had something between his teeth and was not bored. He dutifully chewed his nuts, even developing a taste for them. He ambled along the tide line, now on the wet sand, now on the fringes of the waves. Light, air, water, and especially earth contributed to his sense of ease. When court was not in session, Carnex would stroll every day. He lost weight slowly but steadily. The shore is animated near the city. You see tents with horses and camels being rented out in front of them, vendors peddling their wares. After an hour's walk, you run into only fishermen heaving their boats into the sea, or a netcaster standing waist-deep in the water. The mouth of the Sus is a lonesome area. Rosner has his flock of birds there. The district is considered unsafe. That was where Carnex would refresh himself with a swim when the sun was highest. Then he would take an extended siesta. He also slept better than before. Aside from his bag of nuts, the lawyer would also carry a briefcase on these strolls. After waking up, he would unlock it with a small key and study case files. By sunset, he was back in town. Carnex had already slimmed down quite a bit the first time his briefcase vanished and could not be found no matter how hard he looked. The loss was all the more annoying because the briefcase contained documents. Carnex put up a reward, but in vain. It was obvious that he had been robbed. The theft was repeated twice. Initially, Carnex assumed that the thief had been after his dossiers, but now he felt that a hateful enemy was at work. If someone was playing a joke, he had picked the right victim, for Carnex was extremely touchy, and when retaliating, he tended to overdo it. This was true now. After missing his briefcase for a third time, he planted an explosive inside it. He had procured one of the flat bombs that partisans use for assassinations, virtually a parlor game in the city. Every lawyer in Eumeswil has ties with the underground. These bombs are no larger than dessert plates. They are packed in cotton so as to make no sound when they fall to the floor during a meeting or a demonstration. They are also used with timers and remote control devices. Carnex had set his bomb to a specific wavelength. The plan worked smoothly. Carnex had not yet ended his cure when the briefcase again disappeared. This time the thief had stolen it during the lawyer's ocean dip. When he re-emerged from the water and noticed the loss, he twisted the small transmitter that he was wearing on his throat like an amulet. There was a bang in the dunes, not much louder than, yet different from, Rosner's shotgun. Carnex nodded. He was satisfied, but it was unwise of him to boast about his deed. He was not accustomed to hiding his light under a bushel. These bombs, though weighing little, are effective. The coroner and his staff had their hands full, piecing Dalin together from the jigsaw puzzle that had arrived at their laboratory. It was what used to be called a job for the King of Prussia, for like most of their labors, it vanished into the strait between the penal islands. I had warned Dalin almost every day at breakfast. What you're doing is going to turn out badly in the long run. Nonetheless, he would never do the same thing twice in the same place. This time, his luck must have run out. Presumably, he had not even heard about Carnex's annoyance. He had most likely noticed the briefcase as he happened to wander by. He must have been en route to the bunker where he was doing his experiments. He would have thrown his booty into the river or gotten rid of it in some other way, for his goal was only to damage. Any profit would have been a break in his style, but the lawyer came back early from his dip. If Carnex had not boasted about his deed, no one would have thought of him. The police would have assumed that they had picked up the trail of one of those anarchists who dabble in explosives. But now, Carnex was indicted for a capital offense. There was no question that this was murder. The charge was borne out by the cunning preparation and the absolutely deadly methods. Even the illegal use of explosives would have sufficed. The Casbah is very touchy about such things, and rightly so. The death penalty was appropriate. It seemed odd that an astute jurist like Carnex would have stuck his neck out so irrationally. Still, it was well known that his judgment abandoned him whenever there was a chance of profit. This was something he shared with nearly all the citizens of Eumeswil. The handling of the case was extremely thorough, not only when the court officials reported to the Domo and the Domo to the Condor, but also in their subsequent nightly conversations. These gave me sound insights into their views on capital punishment as they have evolved in practice and in theory at the Casbah. I was able to complete my notes. Let me repeat that the discussion about the death penalty does not concern the anarch. Since he dictates his own law, the word punishment is one of the prejudices on which society lives. Here, everyone is set to punish everyone else. Killing, by contrast, is one of the fundamental facts. It reaches deep into the organic, nay, inorganic world. Every moment is deadly for every other. It becomes its heir. Cronus survives by devouring his children. Like gold and salt, the state has also usurped killing. At times, the state deals with it extravagantly, then again avariciously. Hecatombs bleed to death in the struggle over a ditch or a patch of forest. A butcher of children is coddled as a patient. The anarch cannot go along with this game. He knows he can kill. On the other hand, it matters little whether he actually ever does. Perhaps he will never go through with it, and it must be stressed that he grants this possibility to everyone else. Each person is the center of the world, and his unconditional freedom creates the gap in which respect and self-respect balance out. I was attentive yet neutral when they were discussing Carnix. His life was at stake. The year was drawing to an end, and no death penalty had as yet been implemented. Usually the Condor Com mutes the sentence to deportation to the islands. The Domo feels there has to be at least one execution a year. He clearly views it more as a power demonstration and less in juridical terms. Once, when he was talking to Attila, I heard him developing a quasi-hygienic system. It is enough to show now and then that we do not hesitate to deal with the person himself. Blood is a powerful arcanum. Its homeopathic use is enough. If the patient gets feverish, some bloodletting is advisable. If pus forms, a quick cut is unavoidable. I found these comments bizarre inasmuch as I heard similar things from my old dad. Both men see crime as a disease of the body social. My dad with the eyes of the internist, the Domo with those of the surgeon. For the former, the patient dies because of an internal complaint. For the surgeon, because of an operation. 35. Anything that spoke in Carnix's favor ultimately worked against him. There was sympathy for him in the city. After all, he had reacted to an anarchistic aggression. He was a prominent citizen, well respected and of a good family. He was even distantly related to the Condor. But all these things contributed to the demonstrative character of the verdict and its implementation. At the time of Carnix's trial, someone else was facing the same doom. For months, Eumeswil had been terrorized by assaults on lone girls and women. People spoke of little else around their hearths and in the taverns. These attacks took place at twilight and, at some distance from Eumeswil, say, around the Sus, also in broad daylight. The victims included maids, prostitutes, girls from good backgrounds, even a female professor. In short, any woman wearing a skirt, especially a long one. The perpetrators were known as the tulip twisters, and they triggered a city-wide mood in which people huddled together and whispered. Yet there were also sympathizers. When Darlin had brought me my tea in the morning, he would sometimes rub his hands and announce, "They twisted another tulip yesterday." These assailants operated as a pair on the side streets and along the edge of the forest. One man would speak to the woman as if he happened to be running into her, while the other would play his trick from the rear. He would rip open her skirt and they would tie it up over her head. Then they took their pleasure on the rest of her body. Normally they would stop there, but even so, they wreaked their havoc. One peasant woman, whom they had surprised at her milking, lay stabbed to death in her cow pasture. The police conjectured that she had recognized one of the men, and they investigated this lead. Two of the other victims, likewise farm women, had suffocated in their skirts. They wear heavy homespun cloth here. The tulip twisters did their dirty work for nearly a year. Eventually few lone females could be seen walking in remote places or after dark. Fashions also changed. Women now wore trousers or knee-length skirts. Raids and undercover work proved fruitless, But in the end, a female officer succeeded where the entire police force had failed. Kun San, a delicate Korean. She had been trained since childhood in the niceties of self-defense. A long skirt, jutting breasts, a baby cap, and a small parasol. That was her get-up as she minced along the Sus, not very conspicuous, but more as if she were late or had missed an appointment. She had costumed herself as a delicacy, not to mention that Far Eastern walk, but the bait had no lack of barbs. Her figure was squeezed into an impenetrable corset. Her cap likewise had a metallic insert. The top of her parasol was armed with a lead knob and the bottom with a three-edged steel point. I will ignore details that were subsequently concocted by the populace. Such items belong to hero worship. It is, however, documented that her skirt concealed a spring mechanism that could instantly roll it up so that it girded her hips like a belt. The trap was sprung the very first time. Kun San had refused any protection. Behind the dunes, an expanse covered with tall broom stretches away, offering Rosner one of his best preserves. The two men jumped out from this thicket, pouncing on the policewoman, one in front, one in back. They were dumbfounded when her skirt instantly rolled up and she changed into a vengeful Artemis. The assault proved deadly for the front man, since the three-edged tip sliced through his throat. The other man would likewise have been doomed had he been hit full force by the lead knob, which Kun San, whirling swiftly, aimed at his head, but the knob only grazed it. While he was still reeling, she threw herself on him with her iron grip and hurled him over her shoulder. Then she poked her fingers into his eyes. "Hey, pal, not what you expected, right?" He was very glad when she delivered him to the city. 2 postilions had been indulging in these pranks. The title is actually used for stable boys, but the Condor loves such designations. He cultivates not only the naval legacy, but also his cavalry tradition. While the horses have no military function and, aside from the mounted patrols, little significance for the police, there is a hierarchy of ranks, from the grand écuyer to the man who picks up the droppings. The postilions wear blue uniforms with yellow piping and boots with braiding. Some have been promoted to minions. They often have duty at the Casbah for weeks at a time, and needless to say, they store up fantasies there. The prisoner, Salvatore, was a lithe, graceful boy with a small black beard. It spoke for Kun San's superior technique that she had managed to flip him over. Eumeswil now suddenly had 2 causes célèbres, which were treated with the usual pomp, spirited debates in front of overcrowded auditoriums, where ladies from the West End could be seen next to pimps from the waterfront. During the examination of the witnesses, the female professor fainted. Kun San, who demonstrated some of her holds, was the heroine of the day, but Carnex and Salvatore also aroused sympathy. On the other hand, the postilion was very nearly lynched outside the Palace of Justice. Such is the chaos when the populace gets riled up. I was rather glad that little was said about Dalin. After all, I was virtually his accomplice. Both cases were tried as capital offences. I was in the courtroom in order to hear the summations for and against Carnex, and I was surprised by the deployment of rhetoric. Plainly, the Domo's emphasis on grammar was already bearing its fruits. Naturally, Carnex's attorney pled self-defense, for while there could be no doubt concerning the unlawfulness of Dalin's offence, it was debatable whether the other condition, namely that of a clear and present danger, had been fulfilled. Needless to say, if the clear and present danger of an ongoing action is questionable, then the fighter with a command of the tenses has the edge. I do not wish to go into the niceties. In any event, the demands that law must place on logic were satisfied. At this point, I feel tempted to discuss the merits and perils of education in times of decay. Whenever education is expressed in language, it brings an invisible legacy into the present. In decadence, it is enjoyed. In a time without history, it is still perceived, still sensed. One sees the fish swimming even when one no longer knows how it manages to do so. This restores an old relationship, but on a new level, the relationship between the illiterate and the literate. As a historian, I felt content when leaving the courtroom because I found that the presentation of the defendant and his actions had succeeded. In this respect, great trials verge on becoming artworks. Guilt is not thereby extinguished, but it gains something within the composition. Defense attorney and prosecutor are then no longer adversaries. They work together on the image that emerges from light and shadow. No Last Supper can forego a Judas. This hints at one of the perspectives of the Anak who does not acknowledge guilt, namely the arrival of an era in which death and terror are not reduced, but newly conceived. For this the world must be dreamed once again, and in a godly way. 36. Both Carnex and Salvatore were sentenced to death almost concurrently. The Casbah has a rule that an execution must be done by hand and that blood must flow. Criminals are decapitated, politicals shot. The public viewing is guaranteed but limited. I believe I have already said that the death sentence is very seldom carried out, and that its implementation has not so much a legal and moral character as a logical and administrative one. The year was waning, and an execution was due, if only so that, as the Domo said, Pedro should not get rusty. Pedro is the headsman for criminal cases. The surprise was great when it was announced that it was Carnex who had been refused clemency. Salvatore, in contrast, was exiled to the islands. I overheard most of the decision taking shape at the night bar, and I also took notes. The Domo had carried his point, although he was clearly over-insistent about his principles. This bordered on art for art's sake. He probably wanted to avoid any appearance of what used to be called class justice. Salvatore was a stable boy, Carnex a respectable citizen. Furthermore, Carnex had struck a sore point, the Casbah's dislike of private possession of explosives. Above all, I believe, Salvatore owed his life to the Domo's secret sympathy with criminals. I notice that his head begins swaying almost benevolently whenever the conversation turns to major felonies. This happens less with fraud and property offenses than with armed robbery and violence, which have stirred the imagination since time immemorial. In spreading terror, the forces they unleash confirm the ruler and his justice. Such observations could support theories that power per se is evil. Boys like Salvatore always find benefactresses with a taste for high meat. One of them, Lady Pellworm, had managed to get in to see the prisoner. She had money and influence. I heard the Condor telling the Domo, visiting his cell without supervision, and for 2 hours to boot, that's pushing it. I had her thoroughly searched. She didn't even have a nail file. On the other hand, he was togged out in his uniform and all the paraphernalia. The Domo laughed. He was in pre-trial custody. What would a postilion be without boots, whip, and horn? Incidentally, she wants to accompany him to the islands. She's already submitted her request. My dear father regards the Domo as a humorless sort. This is debatable. In any case, he is not lacking in wit, a wit based essentially on shortcuts. It is amusing when someone skips a few steps. Thus the Domo jumps over 2 or 3 possible objections. To this end, he naturally requires intelligent interlocutors. So Salvatore was banished to the islands. While they are very close to the mainland, one hears as little from them as one heard in the past from hospitals for incurables, where lepers wasted away for the rest of their lives after receiving final benediction. This may be the right time for a few remarks about treatment of prisoners as it has developed in Eumeswil. I have repeatedly emphasized that for the Anak there are no punishments, only measures taken among equals. If I start by quoting the Domo, and on the basis of my rapid jottings at the night bar, then I am merely providing a sketch. Any incarceration lasting more than 2 years is a waste of time. It is throwing good money after bad. Life imprisonment is absurd. Better death, which most convicted men prefer anyway. If forced to choose, anyone would favor a brief detention, no matter how perilous, to 12 years behind bars. This lies in the nature of the thing. One favors a dangerous crisis over a chronic languishing. It is the instant of despair that brings the change. This is true not only for imprisonment, but imprisonment can aim at that instant. 3 months should be enough, 6 would be too much. Hermits knew the recipe, fasting, waking, and working to the limits of one's strength. Above all, a trained and well-paid staff. Distance, 3 feet from the person. This applies not only to the prisoner, but also to the guard. Physical contact is permitted only in self-defense, against bodily assault. Witnesses are to attend every confrontation, every interrogation. A coerced confession is worthless, even damaging. It must be obtained like the mate in chess. If someone absolutely insists on risking his life, then his game should not be spoiled. He must be taken seriously. This applies also to a hunger strike. If a man wishes to do battle, he has the right to be treated according to military law. Anyone who disposes of another's man time holds not only his sorrow, but also his joy in his hand. He can lessen or heighten them as he sees fit. There have been penitentiaries in which the inmates were allowed to waste away in dreadful bleakness until the end. They died of consumption and wound up in cemeteries where a cross was marked only by a number. How different it is if for a night I either grant him or withhold his wife, his girlfriend, a streetwalker. Even the hardest man will soften. Yes, Condor, in this way he can become your friend. This insight came from a discussion about Salvatore that I noted. Incidentally, Latifa told me that she sometimes refreshes a prisoner in this manner, albeit not without a fee, honorarium, the honorable payment. An egg of Columbus for justice. It is laid again every year. The Domo was speaking as they came from dinner recently. He was referring to one of the suggestions that arrive by mail. There is a special letterbox for them. He particularly values the anonymous missives. Most offences can be taken care of quickly and painfully with a flogging. Who would not prefer that to a longer incarceration? Everyone is unanimous on this issue, the culprit, the judge, the opinio publica. Certain offences simply cry for a flogging. It clears the air. While the deterrent effect may be arguable for capital punishment, it is beyond all question for corporal punishment. Besides, the latter makes reparation possible. Compensation makes more sense for pain than for false imprisonment. All well and good, said the Domo, but why is it obvious a priori that it will not work? Why is life still more bearable in a state that executes than in a state that flogs? And even with a total consensus, this, incidentally, is an example of the fact that unanimity and lawfulness are apples and oranges, and even more so unanimity and morality. If everybody is of the same opinion, then it is best to sign oneself into a madhouse. The dislike of painful penalties has not existed always and everywhere. Perhaps it is a sign of decadence. In China, even high-level officials supposedly received the bamboo, and the Yellow Khan still maintains this practice today. In the great periods of the British Navy, the cat-o'-nine-tails menaced even high-born cadets. Its cords were as sharp as for the common sailors, but the handle was swathed in velvet. That was Attila speaking from his experiences. I also noted, morality has its own evolution, though not in a rising line, but eventually some things become impossible. We similarly lose our taste for a specific dish, perhaps because it once tasted too good. Further notes, stemming partly from the Domo, partly from Attila, the conversation was lively. It sped by so quickly that I could not attribute the comments properly. Opinions on the cruelty of capital punishment are relative. The Duke of Châtelet said, as he was being led to the guillotine, "This is a pleasant way to die." His remark was no cynicism if we recall that only a bit earlier people had been broken on the wheel, drawn and quartered, and burned at the stake. In fact, Guillotin's invention had humanitarian aims. Then, too, perhaps the Duke was suffering from an incurable disease. He was over 70 when he was beheaded for a bagatelle. Suicide demonstrates that there are worse things than death. The obvious detachment toward death that lingered could have been an afterglow of the heyday of the Baroque. When Sillery was being dragged to the scaffold, he said, "Up there, my gout will be cured." It is understandable that this detachment survived more among Christians than among philosophers, for instance the Carmelites of Compiègne, or Madame de Laval-Montmorency, the abbess of Montmartre, who, with bound hands, said upon seeing the decapitation machine, "I have been longing for you for a long time. This is a precious death." Attila quoted this and other utterances from people condemned by the Revolutionary Tribunal. He also allowed the cynics to speak. Item. Photography falsifies the problem by limiting itself to the ephemeral. The appearance of cruelty could easily be mitigated, even transformed into its opposite, say, through drugs that bring euphoria. Is that the task of justice? Justice holds not only a sword, but also a set of scales. The relationship between sin and atonement has to be balanced. The point is not just to get rid of the perpetrator. In that case, it would be better to banish him. People used to say, justice has been dispensed. And then, the topic should be discussed only by people who have lingered in the vestibules of death, close to the serpent that gives death and life. The contact can be transmitted and rediscovered. Pericles rebuilt the Temple of Eleusis after many years of its deterioration. This can happen at any time and in any place. Before the condor could respond, the domo said, "What for? It is better for us if they are afraid of death." If a perpetrator has had 3 sentences of at least 1 year each, he vanishes in the islands and thereby forever from the city. There are exceptions along the lines of that mythical Captain Dreyfus, whose case I have studied in the Luminar. Along with Giordano Bruno and others, he is one of my dear father's saints. The islands were not invented by tyrants or generals. Republics and democracies also like to use them. The rulers change, the prisons abide, they are even overcrowded with each new regime. I recall that father and brother rubbed their hands together when the condor's predecessors were sent to the islands by the tribunes. They even viewed this as an act of clemency. Today, they think otherwise. Indeed, they think too much altogether. As a historian, I deal with the necessity of this institution. Banishment is one of the ancient methods by which communities try to cleanse themselves. It can take the form of expulsion, say, of the leper, after a meticulous examination by the priests, as prescribed by Moses. The unclean shall dwell alone, without the camp shall his habitation be. Banishment as an attribute of society is a symptom of its imperfection. The anarch accommodates himself to it while the anarchist tries to eliminate it. These are theological residues. Only in a perfect condition shall there be no more anathema. Revelation chapter 22, verse 3. But the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him. Those are dismal prospects. Even anarchism ultimately leads to someone whose feet must be kissed. Insula, isola, island, that which is surrounded by water. Sal is salt water, the sea. Campi salis is Virgil's term for the ocean. Insularis was the exile, also the occupant of one of the many-storied tenements known as insulae. Islands are places that lend themselves prima vista to isolation, insulation, whether as residences for toppled Caesars or as penal colonies for social or political undesirables. Of course, one cannot get along without surveillance even at the Antipodes. St. Helena was more conveniently located than Elba, which lay too close to the mainland. Napoleon was solar. He was born under the sign of the lion. Helena is the moon goddess. Triumph ends beyond the Hesperides. That was Vigo. These words transcend science. In Eumeswil, the islands are similarly near the coast. Before the Sirocco, their outlines are visible from the mountains. An archipelago of more than 20 atolls, the largest of which are barely smaller than Elba. The tiniest are hardly indicated on maps. They are more like reefs, on which a hermit's shack and the smoke of his fire can be seen from time to time. This group of islands was, as I have said, used for banishment by the tribunes and even before them. They were populated first by batches of reactionaries, militarists, bloodsuckers, torturers, or whatever they were called, with disempowered persons and their followers who were on the proscription lists and glad to get off in this way. The supplies were replenished as needed. The punishment was carried out according to the classical model of penal colonies, that is, strict surveillance in situ, barracking, supervised labor, frequent roll calls. There were high-ranking specialists in criminal law who saw the overall procedure as optimal, or at least as the lesser evil in an imperfect world. This, no doubt, contradicts the maxim, "Only the dead never return," one of the misconceptions of despotism. The dead do return, and not only as ghosts, they also dun us in the political reality. The domo went along with the spirit of the procedure, but not the letter. His attitude touches on the distinction between theoretical and practical emancipation, between liberalism and liberality. He transferred the guards from the interior of each island to the sea. Their stations were set up on the outer reefs, and they had speedboats. No swimmer would have ventured into the channels anyway, if only because of the big fish. Protection against aerial landings was assured by permanently revolving projectiles, which had come down to our era along with other remnants of the age of high technology. The catacombs supply them according to need, but never beyond. So escape from the islands is virtually hopeless. Nevertheless, inmates very seldom manage to flee and thereby provide material for the conversations in the night bar. The domo usually draws the final conclusion. My compliments, we are rid of the guy. The soil of the larger islands is fertile. The exiles can live off it. Aside from produce, they also plant grapes, poppies, and hemp for good fellowship and dreams. They raise cattle, and they fish off the cliffs. Building boats is prohibited. That is the sole restriction. Otherwise, anything goes. The selection of inmates for the individual islands has led to sociological experiments. But whatever the mixture of deportees, the initial anything goes situation soon developed into an authoritarian system. The island simplifies things. It provides a stage for mounting the drama of society with a small cast. Poets have been repeatedly inspired to depict the island, philosophers to contemplate it. Robinson Crusoe, the loner, first in despair, then in action. Master and servant, Friday joins him. The mutineers on Pitcairn Island, after the massacre, the special treaty on a biblical model. Titanic order is followed by divine order, Cain by Abel. Odysseus is the born islander, Sindbad the sailor, his oriental counterpart. They represent the loner who, through cunning and boldness, overcomes the elements and holds his own against humans, demons, and deities. They change crews who perish, and they return alone to Ithaca or Baghdad. Such is the course of life, the one-eyed cyclopes, the fatal song of the sirens, the charms of sorceresses who turn men into beasts, the sleeping potion of the Lotophagi, the whirlpool between Scylla and Charybdis, models of our encounters not only on the most remote islands but also on the street corners of any city. The constraints of customs, the terrors of despotism are reduced to tersest formulas. Sindbad lands in a city whose citizens view marriage as so holy that a bereft spouse is buried with the deceased. Sindbad nearly falls victim to the sheikh of the ocean, who mounts the stranded man, almost riding him to death as a submissive slave while soiling the mariner's back with his excrement. Here, authority has crystallized on every island, albeit in a distinct way each time. One island was named Rock Castle after a forgotten novel by a German Baroque author, Johann Gottfried Schnabel. His book, A Utopian Robinson Crusoe, predated Rousseau's Contrat Social, in which, as we know, natural man, coming of age as a citizen, delegates part of his freedom to the collective will. The harmony of individual interests leads to a democratic constitution of the state. The internal concordance of wills to the ideality of the state. Summoning Schnabel's novel from the inexhaustible repertoire of the catacombs, I reviewed it at the Luminar. I concluded that the Rock Castle is founded not so much on the social contract as on a contract of submission, to which, however, the free will of not only the individuals but also their majority can contribute. A helper, a leader, a father is desired, recognized, and elected, particularly during an emergency. Soon the elected turns into the elect. All who toil under heavy loads transfer their burdens to him. They jubilantly hand over their freedom. Whenever the will of the collective is replaced by the will of the masses, the individual's luster begins to dazzle. Technology, of both propaganda and killing, contributes irresistibly to this. Here, on Eumeswil's own rock castle, the ruler appeared as the classical model of the kind father. It was a promising start, but it resulted in unforeseen abuses. Rock Castle is the richest of the islands, a true cockane, affording a comfort that was half lotus land, half land of plenty. The young, both male and female, revolted out of sheer boredom. The kind father had to become strict. He started to weed out. The troublemakers were banished to the reefs. "They're too well off," said the domo when he found out. "He cannot be accused of harboring Rousseauistic tendencies." Nevertheless, Rock Castle had a kind of Periclean age. There were even artworks. The other islands endured partisan fighting. Rival groups rallied around bosses or capitanos, one of whom carried the day. He would then distribute work and profit. "They could have had the same thing under us and even better," said the domo. This is one of the formulas that I have often heard him voice. Potentates like making such comparisons. The anarch cannot worry about that. He retains his freedom for himself, however good or bad the regime. He assigns it neither to the legitimacy of the kind father nor to the legal claims which change in every land and every period. They may all want what's best for him, but the very best, his freedom, is something he keeps for himself. It remains his impartible property. For the historian, of course, an inexhaustible field opens up. The less partisan he is, the better he understands his job. The red poppy shines no more weakly for him than the white lilies. Pain shakes him no less than pleasure. Both are ephemeral, the flowers of evil and those of good. But he is permitted a glimpse over the wall of the garden. If history does have an overall theme, then it is probably not will, but freedom. That is its gamble. One could also say, with some reserve, that is its mission. Freedom is common to everyone and yet impartible. It is the will that adds the manifold. Some time ago, I had to conduct a seminar at Vigo's Institute, Lucius Junius Brutus and Marcus Junius Brutus, a comparison of all aspects. The topic brought me a fairly heterogeneous audience. The original and semi-mythical Brutus killed the last Roman king. His historical descendant killed the first Caesar, both with their own hands. One commenced, the other concluded the 500-year history of the Republic. Solid distinctions can therefore be linked to both men, say distinctions between the will of the collective and the will of the masses, or between justified assent and vote on the one hand and acclamation on the other. The transitions were captured in literature by Mark Antony's renowned funeral oration. I do not wish to go into details. The sympathy of the students with both tyrannicides was instructive. Brutus is also one of my dear dad's heroes. But they found the distinctions difficult. I admit they are not simple, touching as they do on the problem of freedom. We are already on the wrong track, for freedom is no problem. It is impartible and therefore in no place that can be counted, measured, or pondered. That is, not in time or space. It is understood in time, say, in a sequence of political systems. It is felt in space by the bird buttering against the bars of its cage and by the nation battling for its borders. Over and over, the individual offers himself as the agent of freedom, as a conquering hero, or as a martyr who is inevitably felled by freedom and perishes. This is where the historian's tragedy begins. He must distinguish, but he cannot take sides. His office is to judge the dead. He has to balance the freedom of a Brutus against that of a Caesar. Still, my seminar was not entirely fruitless. Though I sometimes wondered what I was doing, one has fits of self-alienation while standing at the lectern, the seminar helped me to assess my situation and probably also served to discredit me politically. The way in which history is selected and interpreted by the intelligent middle class is a prognostic. A crater, long cooled, starts rumbling. Brutus reawakens. Spartacus returns. Barbarossa has stirred in the Kyffhauser Mountains. Then the Solfatara, the suburbs, likewise begin seething. At any rate, I went on more and more of my outings to the Upper Sus. I also took along parts of my manuscripts. This, incidentally, explains some of my repetitions. Time has not only a thematic but also a technical impact on such works. When the creditors looted Balzac's estate, the street was carpeted with loose pages. But so what? The writing suffices. It is conceived by the universe. Ultimately, there is no difference between paper that is charred and paper that is written on, between dead and living substance. Great Caesar turned today, henceforth stops up a chink in the far north. On the other hand, I had 2 or 3 students who did not succumb entirely to being up to date, and who touched not only the nomos, but also the ethos of history. I took them to Vigo's garden, and their active interest made up for everything. We also had that silent rapport when the moon hung over the Casbah. Every teacher knows that select few. Vigo's capacity is acknowledged by the elite, so far as an elite exists in Eumeswil. Their acknowledgement speaks for it, I mean the elite, people of the day after tomorrow and the day before yesterday, hence people of no importance. For them, Vigo's name is a mot de passe. To be sure, his intellectual capacity is also noticed by the collective awareness, somewhat like a splinter in the flesh. That is his relationship to the faculty. It is no doubt pleasant for a contemporary to be carried along by a great wave. Confirmation echoes from all sides. It leads to collective self-satisfaction. But when something that was already boring in the editorials read at breakfast is passed off as elite wisdom, then you get annoyed. The earth is always involved. The ancestral Brutus was the imbecile. That was his nickname because he pretended to be a moron whenever he felt threatened. He accompanied the sons of Tarquin to the Oracle of Delphi, where they asked who would be the father's heir. The answer they received was, "Whoever kisses the mother first." On the way home, Brutus, in a mock accident, fell to the ground and touched the earth with his lips. The prophecy was fulfilled. Perhaps I have dwelt too long on the islands, but for the Anak they are a major theme, for he leads a solitary and insular existence. When Sinbad sails from the Tigris through the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea and into the Indian Ocean, he leaves the historical, nay, even the mythical world. This is the beginning of the realm of dreams, to which he gives the most individual shape. Everything is forbidden and everything allowed. The sailor is terrified by his dreams. He triumphs over them as their inventor, their creator. The sand of the islands is dazzling, corals ground down into atoms by the surf. Yet the strength of their gardens has survived. It passes, indestructible, through the great mills of the world. This island, it may also be a fish drowsing in the sun, with palm trees growing on its back. To return to Eumeswil, our islands are populated with malcontents whose communities soon turn out to be the same old societies with all their sense and nonsense. They regard the island as an interregnum, a stopover on the journey to a better world. So they prowl through the institutions, eternally dissatisfied, always disappointed. Connected with this is their love of cellars and rooftops, exile and prisons, and also banishment, on which they actually pride themselves. When the structure finally caves in, they are the first to be killed in the collapse. Why do they not know that the world remains unalterable in change? Because they never find their way down to its real depth, their own. That is the sole place of essence, safety. And so they do themselves in. The Anak may likewise not be spared prison as one fluke of existence among others. He will then find the fault in himself. Did he sail too close to Scylla, too near Charybdis? Did he trust the song of the sirens? Odysseus did not stop up his ears. He let the crew stop up their own, but he had himself tied to the mast so he could enjoy the enchantment. He locked himself up. In this way, the prison becomes an island, a refuge of tree will, a property. At this point, we ought to touch on origin, that is, heredity and milieu, both of which are overrated. They are the first accidents we have to confront upon seeing the light of day, whether as bastards in a saloon or legitimate heirs in a palace. A beggar's staff or a scepter, the Hansel of fate. Frequently one has been traded for the other. King Lear roams the heath. A female serf becomes empress, and over Odysseus, the divine endurer, who triumphs now as beggar, now as king. Origin, 1,000 meanings and only one sense. The German word Erbe, heir, legacy, is cognate with labor. The Anak accepts the labor, while any compulsion is contrary to his nature. He is familiar with only one kind of serfdom, the discipline of subordinating his body. The root of milieu, in contrast, is medius, and medius est celui qui est au milieu. The Anak recognizes himself as the middle. That is his natural right, which he also grants to everyone else. He recognizes no law, but that does not mean that he despises law or fails to study it meticulously. If his milieu is water, he will move his fins. If it is air, he will spread his wings. He subdues the surf as a flying fish. He knows when to submerge, nor does he shrink from fire. We are touching upon a further distinction between anarch and anarchist, the relation to authority, to legislative power. The anarchist is their mortal enemy, while the anarch refuses to acknowledge them. He seeks neither to gain hold of them, nor to topple or to alter them. Their impact bypasses him. He must resign himself only to the whirlwinds they generate. The anarch is no individualist either. He wishes to present himself neither as a great man nor as a free spirit. His own measure is enough for him. Freedom is not his goal, it is his property. He does not come on as a foe or reformer. One can get along with him nicely in shacks or in palaces. Life is too short and too beautiful to sacrifice it for ideas, although contamination is not always avoidable. But hats off to the martyrs. It is harder to distinguish the anarch from the solipsist, who views the world as the product of his own devising. This attitude, though stepmothered by the philosophers, is widely tenable, as borne out by dreams. The world as a house with its scaffolds is our conception. The world as a garden full of flowers is our dream. Of course, the solipsist, like all anarchists and as the most extreme one, is hoisted by his own petard, since he arrogates to himself an autonomy whose responsibilities are too much for him. If he as an individual has invented society, then he bears the sole guilt for its imperfection, and if it spells his doom, then he bears the sole guilt, mythically for his impotence as a poet, and logically for an error in thinking. Birth and birthright can destine the anarch to rule. This is one role among others that he has to master. Ruling is a corvée, especially for the ruler. A Louis XIV lives in a golden cage with less freedom than the least of his stable boys. Tolstoy, in his history of the Russian campaign, rightfully says that of all the actors, Napoleon had the least freedom. One can judge the Caesars by the extent to which they achieved self-realization despite the constraints of fate. In the life of Tiberius, there must have been a turning point when the glory and misery of ruling became burdensome and he forsook the capital for the island, his Capri, which, as Suetonius says, he chose because it was ringed by steep, sky-high cliffs and deep seas. This turning point must have predated Tiberius's journey to Campania, from which he never returned to Rome. It was foreshadowed by contradictory actions. Thus, a few days after reprimanding Cestius Gallus in the Senate for his debaucheries and revelries, Tiberius invited himself to the man's home, ordering him to modify no thing in his table habits and to have the meal served by naked girls. The historians have noticed this ambivalence. They have pulled him to pieces, at least regarding the second half of his life. They say he chose Capri as a place where nothing was forbidden and where he could satisfy his cravings on a fantastic scale without being noticed by the public. They may be right, but for the anarch, this is secondary. The island is a model for the realization of any sort of character. Someone else could have picked it in order to live a holy life there when he was repelled by the baseness of the world. There are examples of that too. 37. I am still having breakfast. Darlin no longer worries me. A suitable death, he atomized himself. In the channels, the little fish are even more aggressive than the big ones. They come in bloodthirsty swarms that even the barracudas avoid. Darlin's conversations had been instructive, although not undangerous. That was why I had reined him in as much as possible, even contradicting him in case my room was wired. His successor's prattling could be heard by anyone. It consisted of intimate disclosures. A tyranny likes it when the individual cultivates his most private secrets. This distinguishes it from despotism and also from the sensorial instincts that prevail in a perfect democracy. Eumeswil has developed a climate that is not unfavorable to the epicure, the artist, the criminal, and even the philosopher. One should be careful only in politicis. Elsewhere one gets away with a lot. I have demonstrated this in regard to the fate of Salvatore on the one hand and Carnex on the other. Once, behind my counter, I jotted down a dialogue between the Condor and the Domo about two candidates, one of whom was morally suspect, the other politically. The Domo said he would like to saw away leisurely on our branch, and he expects a salary and a pension to boot. I don't think he's quite right in the head. I knew the man. He was a friend of my dear brother's. Eventually he became an editor at the Wren. Still and all, the The journalists who come to power have a head start over the professors. They are used to working in the derrieres. Darlin's successor was one of the cooks, Kung, who had been detailed as a cabin steward. As I have mentioned, the Condor's meals are simple. The Chinese cuisine is his gastronomic reserve for official visitors, especially the Yellow Khan. At such times it unfolds all its arts, which make it superior to any other cookery. In Eumeswil, the Provençal style comes closest, at least in regard to the spices. Kung is a cook heart and soul. He misses his kitchen and repeatedly sneaks over for a spoonful of something or other. He is in poor shape. In the morning, by the time he waddles into my room wearing his knee-length robe, he is already wiping his forehead on his sleeve. Around this time, when the senses are well rested, I am especially sensitive to smells. I'm not saying that he smells bad, but his odor is foreign. Darlin had always brought in something of the bleary-eyed vagabond who fiddles around with acids. Kung smells fishy, though not obtrusively so. His favorite spice is daiyong, which he blends according to his own recipe. If I run into him during the afternoon, I find it pleasant. Otherwise, he is a good waiter. After setting down his tray and pouring my tea, he stays on for a conversation with his hands in his sleeves. His subject matter gravitates toward two poles. One, of course, is the art of cooking. The second, his girlfriend Ping Sin, who keeps house down below in the city and waits for him with mounting ardor. He is manifestly intent on convincing me of that. His patter becomes all the more intense the closer we get to the end of his shift. This is true of the Casbah altogether, just as Salvatore's emblem is the horse and Nabek's, I will get back to him later, the whip, Kung's, is the casserole. His two areas of expertise complement each other, hearth and bed. All he lacks to be part of ancient Mandarin culture is literary refinement. He does not miss it, nor is he dependent on concubines. Ping Sin is quite enough for him. I have often seen her in the city when she came prancing out of one of the garish, party-coloured shops. She had on scarlet makeup and was wearing the black satin cap of Qiangnan, an area renowned for its beautiful prostitutes. Trained in music and fancy work, and also in the amorous arts, they are sold practically as children by their parents. Cookery, as Kung understands it, should foster embonpoint and libido alike. It must be both delicious and arousing. Hence his predilection for gelatinous soups and spicy ragouts, as well as any fish, mussels, holothurians, and crustaceans that come from the ocean. Eel pâté is his piece de résistance. He also praises certain methods of smoking food, rubbing in ass's milk and camel hump fat. Supposedly these procedures are wondrously salubrious. I usually check my tray to make sure he does not smuggle in his specialities. One morning, before the arrival of his relief, he brought me a blend of honey and pulverized almonds with indefinable ingredients. "Manuelo, you have to drink this on an empty stomach, then you won't be able to stop. That's all I need. I don't even want to start. Manuelo, you don't live sensibly. You take cold baths and you're studying your eyes out. Believe me, it's not good for you. Besides, you're not like the other Mediterraneans." That is his term for dissociating himself from us. They take pills so they can do it as often as possible. Then it's puff, puff, puff like a choo-choo train. But he, Kung, was a man who worked in a deliberate fashion, cooking over slow heat until it was done, everything at once. Number played no part. "I won't change my opinion. They are rams and you are a salamander. Now get going. I want to work." Kung could not be offended, or else he did not let on. Willing or not, I also had to listen to what was awaiting him in the evening. Anticipation is part of his pleasure. Ping Sin was inconceivable without her servants. She had to keep her hands soft. She groomed her fingernails and also her toenails. She did the cooking ahead of time. Kung would bring ingredients that he managed to get hold of at the Casbah, and also from the innkeepers with a red crab in their signs. They know and honor him as a master chef. Besides, there is always a certain traffic between cooks and innkeepers. The domo has said they get away with anything they can carry inside their coats, but if it's a fish, I don't want to see the tail. Ping Sin has burned incense and put on the lamps. Their light is so dim that the only echo comes from the intarsia of the chests and armoires. It is strange that, while partial to silk and bamboo, they prefer dark, heavy furniture. You know, Manuelo, I want to see the skin clearly, but not sharply. His distinction is not bad, that I must admit. Kung gives his instructions, then the very hot bath comes, and the kimono. They sit down at the table, the domestic waits on them. After serving the soup as the last course and thanking them for the honor, she vanishes for the night. They linger over their tea. "Get down to business already so I can be rid of you." "Not on your life." First comes the ceremony of disrobing. He caressingly strips her leaf by leaf. At last she sits across from him in the armchair. He feasts his eyes on her. How much time wears by before he reaches toward her without touching, then quickly pulls his hand back, like a fish frightened by bait. Fondling her arms, her shoulders, her knees, he puts everything off until long past midnight. I hear nothing about the breasts, which I owe less to his discretion than to a dizzy spell that overcomes him. It is like a curtain dropping when the image becomes so intense as to strike him dumb. His permanent smile twists into a grimace, such as one sees on the faces of temple guardians. After Darlin's death, Kung was assigned to me for the duck shack, and he could cause me headaches there, a different kind, but in his fashion. No one can be trusted here when the red color is shown, fire and blood. In this respect, the breakfast conversations are not without value. I have little faith in national characters, for one thing because all they yield is a rough average, but also because they grew blurry in the era of the fighting nations and the world state. Chinese are found everywhere, and with any skin color. Thus, little can be done with what was said about them by Sir John Barrow, an old traveller and sharp observer who could make thorough comparisons. This nation's general character is a singular mixture of arrogance and baseness, of artificial gravity and true contemptibility, of refined courtesy and crude boorishness. One of his contemporaries, a forgotten yet excellent anthropologist named Clem, said, "That description fits every civilized nation on earth. In a country of millions of individuals, good and bad can be found in all shades." At the time when Barrow and then later Hock were traveling through China, countless monasteries, all the way into deepest Mongolia, were living by the catechism of Buddha's disciples. It starts with an explanation of the word Shama, which means commiseration. The first of its 10 commandments is, "Thou shalt kill no living creature, not even the slightest insect." This sounds different from the words of Zebaoth. What struck me as Far Eastern in Kung was the relationship between time and sensuality. Mandarins groom their hands. They let their nails grow incredibly long. They like pleasant-feeling surfaces, silk, porcelain and jade, ivory and lacquer. They twirl fine brushes in their auditory canals. Their physicians have charted a system of sensitive points, a dermatological map. Supposedly, they also invented the fuse and tell time by means of smouldering cords. Their art of torture has always been notorious. On the other hand, meditation is their forte spiritual calm against the torrent of surging worlds of images. Their temples are filled with enthroned gods, the sight of whom sets you dreaming. Kung limits himself to matter. Even opium is too spiritual for him. It also blocks the libido. He is a Fabius cunctator of his desires, a retarder par excellence. He will also know the precise moment for turning his back on the duck shack. He has mulled this over no less thoroughly than I. Old friend, you could get into a lot of trouble if you should vanish before I allow you to. Emanuelo, I'm surprised at you. I would rather suffer the death of 1,000 cuts than run out on you. 38. Nebek is easier to judge in regard to the duck shack. He will cause the least headaches when the killing starts. If I abandon the post, he will continue fighting in the city, especially once the looting begins. Nebek is Lebanese. He studied in Beirut. He serves in the Casbah during school vacations, and I know him fairly well since he works as an Orientalist at Vigo's Institute. Still without a title and ill-paid, he ekes out his salary by working as a steward. A small check comes from Beirut every month. He is, or rather was, married. Vigo sees him only at the Institute, not in his garden. He clearly finds this type unpleasant. On the other hand, Vigo respects his knowledge. In the archipelago of history, Nebek has settled on an island where discoveries can still be made even today. Top-drawer Orientalists are rare. The great ones can be counted on the fingers of one hand. This field is enormous, and as in Gnosis, there is something diffuse about it. An innate proclivity is indispensable, if only to overcome the philological barrier. This opens up an immense treasure trove of manuscripts and incunabula, in which the pearls must be separated from the theological Donnybrook. Nabeck has the requisite qualities. I too found him unpleasant, if only because he kept trying to wrangle his way to my luminar, which, along with my immediate observations at the night bar, forms the bait that holds me in the Casbah. When conjuring, I need utter silence. There the object, here the eye, in lonesome wedlock, the presence of another would add an obscene touch. Besides, his subject matter would be distracting. He is researching the great Khans, Genghis, Kaidu, Kublai, Babur, Timur, and others. They fascinate me only peripherally, where their hordes invaded cultures. There is something elemental, something pulsating in the way they spread out from Outer Mongolia, devastated lands and nations, and then vanished like a bad dream. Perhaps like ebb and flow, it is one of the tides regulating the earth. But where is the moon? In any case, for the historian, the pickings are slim. One night in the garden we were discussing Nabeck, and Vigo confided in me, "I really do not know whether he deserves the title of Orientalist. Actually, he is more of a detective studying footprints in the sand, and these traces were marked only in cultures. Mongolian horseshoes can still be found along the Rhine. The things that Nabeck excavates in the lamasseries are worthless, but he does peruse the Chinese, Persian, Indian, and European sources with a delight in the scars caused by our burns. Here in Eumeswil, the masses are ahistorical, an elite is meta-historical. Most people vegetate, a few think, but he is anti-historical, and he will not feel good until the city starts burning. Vigo lets everyone be. That was why his criticism astounded me. He then spoke more generally. Whenever the hordes burst in, historical time is snuffed out. Like the crashing of meteors, this lies beyond reckoning. The firmament is left with black holes where one may suspect the presence of, at most, interstellar matter. Our stacks contain a dusty Muscovite chronicle from the reign of Ivan III, shortly after he freed himself from such a horde. This backward glance is meagre, nor could it be otherwise. I was particularly struck by the conclusion, which naively expresses the destruction of time. And this intolerable condition endured for 4 centuries. Yes, nations without homes or calendars, yet sensitive to changes in the weather, lunar nations, without contours sharp enough for the historian. That may be the basis for the aversion that one of our people, a very ancient man, feels toward the Turks. Like any faculty member, Nabeck had access to the Great Luminar, but only down in the Institute and for restricted periods. The Great Luminar is a greatly desired passkey similar to the gold phonophore. The users work on apparatuses with restricted keyboards. A comparison with the Freemason lodges suggests itself. There is progress from apprentice to journeyman and then master. A man recognizes himself by his words and handshakes. Many are felled purely on account of the technology. Memorizing the ideograms until they are effortlessly read and applied is an arduous process. The data are more numerous than the molecules in an adult brain. There are also tests. Up here, Nabeck was deprived of the great instrument. I could empathize. He had to make do with a reception that was fed by the stacks of the yellow Khan. This fitted in with Nabeck's speciality, but not with his need for stereoscopy. His specialty also explains his field trips, which have taken him to those areas, and it thus explains his, albeit modest, political clout. He often hints that the Khan granted him an audience. In any event, he participates in the morning rides, not among the followers like Salvatore, with whom he was well acquainted, but in the closer retinue with the minions and the bodyguards. His interest in sharing my hours at the Luminar also signaled a wish for closer contact. This is something he has in common with the other stewards waiting on me. Sniffing neutral soil, they come capering out. I hear things that they keep even from their wives, get the most intimate glimpses into their private spheres. And what would a historian be without knowledge of human character? A painter equipped with only the pencil, but not the color. On the other hand, I have to be careful. As with every neutrality, one must avoid commitment. Nebek is of medium height, with a good physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and then a wide pelvis, a horseman's figure. His boots, breeches, and leather belt contribute to this image. Upon entering, he was already dressed for the ride, and he brought in a whiff of Russia leather. Well groomed, though a bit puffy as after a steam bath. I can only guess how many times a day he changes his shirt. He does not like to shake hands. His hair, not blonde as he would like it to be, is pale and waxy. Despite his scant beard growth, he is meticulously shaved. Perhaps he depilates himself. In any case, he did depilate his little dove, as he soon informed me. Such confessions were preceded by a staking off of territory. I want to note this, though, as a quisquilia, because they shed light on the internal staff. After getting up, I am, as I have said, hypersensitive to certain smells, say leather, horses and dogs, which I usually find unpleasant anyway. To which was added the Cossack outfit. It was obviously deliberate. Although the subalterns normally use the familiar form with each other, I addressed him formally. Tomorrow I would like to see you in the service uniform. Nebek has a wan face, and not only because, like me, he can never leave the luminar on his nights off. He avoids the sun, his eyes are the palest blue, his features are nervous, they flicker like a brewing storm. For brief moments, they take on a Sarmatian sharpness. The moon is in Sagittarius. At such times, it hits the mark with dream-like confidence. He replied in the polite form, "You know as well as I that you are not to give me orders here." It would be better, though. He raised his chin, tried to throw out his chest, began attitudinizing. Then he picked up the tray and left. The next morning he arrived in a striped smock and with the skiff on his head. He had removed his spurs. Est modus in rebus, one must know the rules, whether moving in a tyranny, a demos, or a bordello. This holds above all for the anarch. It is his second commandment next to the first. Know thyself. Nebek, no anarch but a man of violent action, had flouted the rules. He was too intelligent not to promptly realize this, and so he adjusted accordingly. The domo has a sharp eye for anything concerning greetings and clothing, and rightly so, for therein lies the seed of insubordination. If a man is not reprimanded for leaving his top button open, he will soon walk in naked. Furthermore, down in the institute, as Vigo's right hand, I was Nebek's superior. And lastly, Nebek had his hopes pinned on my luminar. We soon got along. Now it might look as if Nebek's transgression resulted from rudeness. Nothing of the sort. On the contrary, he had the finest manners imaginable. They were probably linked to his tactile acuteness, his highly sensitive character, which kept him instinctively aloof. In this regard, he moved like a dance master. On the other hand, if the dance led out into the dooryards, the mask would drop away. One night, when after tending bar for a long time I was sitting with my wine, he walked in unannounced. The moon was full. His face was a quiver. He, too, had obviously been drinking. I poured a glass for him. He was wearing a frogged litevka, partly unbuttoned, a fantasy costume. Very white skin underneath. He, likewise, had been working somewhere. After we had done a lot of drinking, I moved over to him and put my hand on his arm. "Nebek, what's eating you?" Nothing good emerged. The scene changed. I was sitting next to the degenerate son of an Orthodox priest in a tavern with cockroaches scurrying across the floor. Soiled icons hung on the walls. La Paloma was being played on a zither. It was one of the instruments that lie on sheet music. The hand follows the printed cliché. He had lost the white dove that he had worshipped as a saint, and lost her in an insidious manner. There was no doubting her. She had passed the test to which he had put her. He had told her his dream. "I am suffering in the lowest hell, which I deserve, but you are resting on the Lord's shoulder. You glance down at my torments. A mere drop of water would ease them, if only for a second. I plead with you. You do not waver. You poke out God's eye and drop it on my tongue. That is salvation. Tell me, would you do it?" He brushed the hair from his forehead. "Yes, Manuel, she promised she would. There was no doubting her. I kissed her feet." I disliked his dream. It brought bad air into the studio. A man may lose his composure, but not his courtesy. Nebek had tendencies in that direction, hence his cleanliness, indeed, his compulsive washing. It was hot. I pushed the window open and heard the guard's footsteps on the granite. There are sounds that have a cooling effect, a variant of the story of the rich man and poor Lazarus. Very early on, this text had been one of those that especially bothered me in Scripture. Father Abraham, in his legalistic arrogance, prohibits Lazarus from even slightly moving his finger in order to cool the tongue of the now impoverished man suffering torture in the flames. Swarms of teachers have lived off this drivel. I sat down opposite Nebek again. Get to the point. What happened? Beirut is a hot town where Muslims, Christians and Jews live cheek by jowl, further split up into sects. Just as there are soils with Uranian virtues which may have contributed more to evolution than we may allow ourselves to dream, so too there are landscapes with incessant religious turmoil. Time is not as productive there as in secular history. It is produced. The sects include the Druzes and the Maronites. The former trace their origins back to the divine Duruz, the latter to the holy Maro. The two groups have been attacking each other for centuries. When Nebek had begun his studies there, he rented a room with a Maronite family consisting of a widow and 2 children, a daughter, the little Dove, and her baby brother. They lived in a 1-story house near the beach by the road to Marmeltine. The little Dove had enchanted him on the very first day, with her shyness, her pallor, her obedience toward her mother, the way she looked after her little brother, the way she adorned the icons and prayed to them. What had to happen did, on a moonlit night like this one. I will skip the classical details. This child, no angel is so pure. And needless to say, the widow promptly noticed it. She did not even seem to mind. It was likewise self-evident that she insisted on marriage before the consequences became visible. Nebek left the house one night and moved to Eumeswil. He was still a student. I met him when he introduced himself to Vigo. We were fascinated by his initial visit. The extremely arcane facts that he presented were joined by a kind of passive suggestiveness, a smiling silence that literally challenged agreement. There was no question that he would receive a scholarship. Besides, he came highly recommended. He soon noticed that he could not get over his little Dove. She haunted him. She was more intense in his memory than she had been in his proximity. One day he went to Vigo. "I would like to get married. We are expecting a baby." Vigo said, "Congratulations. A child is a great thing. I can only encourage you." Nebek flew to Beirut and got married according to the Maronite rite. Then he returned with his little Dove. Although we had little contact outside of school, I once visited his home. It is hard to distinguish between what a man sees in a woman and what dreams he places in her, especially when he sits there with a face that says something like, "Well, what do you think?" I, in any case, remember her as vaguely as a pastel that one politely puts back after viewing it along with a dozen others. She poured the tea and listened to our conversation, accompanying it with an occasional smile. Another lunar creature. Perhaps she should apply some rouge. The child came a short time later. It died after taking a few breaths, a boy with an open skull. The domo had given Nebek some time off. When he returned to the Casbah, he was paler than ever. Of all the horoscopes that he had cast, this was the worst. Mars was rising, Jupiter was down. It was best this way. Of course it was best. I soon found a simpler explanation. With all the things weighing on the wife's mind, she was unable to carry a healthy child to term. 2 circumstances struck me as utterly incredible. She had kept the secret for such a long time, and he, a born policeman and a highly sensitive bloodhound, had discovered it so late. Granted, he had been in a trance that moonlit night, but there had been no lack of evidence before and after. Plainly, this was the blind spot in his eye, something that everyone knows from his own experience. At some point, however, he must have felt the end of a thread between his fingers, and he pulled himself up like a spider. The rest was mere routine, a torturous inquisition. By his very nature, Nebek was the sort of man who pries into a woman's past. No speck of pollen is allowed on the myrtle. Damn it, there has always been someone else, the cousin in the arbor or the uncle who took her on his knee. In this case, the man who had been there first was a student who had lived in the widow's home as Nebek's predecessor, and just like Nebek, he had departed at night when little Benjamin announced himself, the little dove's baby and not her baby brother. That sect heretici ad Libanum montem is ruled by Old Testament notions. Ascetic rigor enjoys the highest esteem, as do an intact hymen and a blood feud. Hence Nebek was in the right place. The widow had claimed to be pregnant and took off for the mountains with her daughter. There the little dove gave birth to Benjamin. When they returned to Beirut, they passed him off as her baby brother. If her father had still been alive, he would have killed his daughter. Even a distant male relative would have done the job. The fact that the secret was kept so long was something I could attribute only to the docility of the little dove and the strictness of the widow, who no doubt had drilled every last detail into the daughter's head. But the tension must have been unbearable. I learned all this from Nebek when I sat facing him during the moonlit night. He obviously could not stand it anymore. I asked, "Why didn't you—" "Cut her throat right away?" "No." "Why didn't you send her back home? Nearly everyone would find out about such a thing, if not under such gross circumstances, and you're no saint either." "Thank goodness. But after she was my angel, I am her devil. She more than deserves it. She shouldn't get off that cheaply. Nebek, believe me, she is exactly as you sensed she was at the outset. You saw her substance. Those other things are accidents. She is the born sacrificial lamb." That was precisely the challenge. Deep down, he enjoyed what had happened to him. First, he had put pressure on the widow. Flying to Beirut, he subjugated her physically as well. He overpowered her right in the kitchen, satisfying his rage in front of the open fire. There was no shilly-shallying, she knew instantly. Then came the pension he squeezed out of the widow, her vineyard bit by bit, then eventually the house. The little dove remained in his hands. Whenever he came down from the Casbah, he would put her on trial. He sat in the armchair. She had to kneel before him. I would rather skip the particulars. He interrogated her more and more narrowly. He had to probe everything deeper and deeper, especially the night when his predecessor had gone to her room. He grilled her down to every last fiber and in slow motion. He must have been suffering from a primal angst that he satisfied through torture. "Nebek, you won't wipe it out. You're going to kill her. Then you'll mourn her at her grave as a saint and string yourself up in the attic. Just send her back home." Magma from the Archean, an overwhelming weight. Suddenly, an awakened fly began to buzz and it fell silent on the ceiling. The prince jumped. "You did that?" he finally managed to whisper. "I did that," said Rogojin just as softly and looked down. "Nebek, this is not the finale. You have to sound yourself out. Tell me, you had early dreams like we all do, reveries that we indulge in until we know what's at stake. Daydreams?" Yes, he knew what I meant. His parents had enrolled the little boy in the Quran school, a sort of kindergarten for the scions of wealthy families. He had attended it only briefly during a hot, lazy summer in Albika, the fertile valley between the Lebanon and anti-Lebanon mountains. I had noticed that he knew how to sit cross-legged. That is something one learns early or never. The schoolmaster, Mustafa, was an ignoramus who had no right to have raised his turban. He could read, but only barely. Nonetheless, there wasn't a peep out of us when he strode in. He wore high boots, had his writing tools in his belt, and the book under his arm. The ends of his skinny moustache dangled down to his chest. Mustafa was strict. The parents liked that. He planted himself behind his desk, glared at us like an equerry, and launched into the prayer, whereupon we joined in. Next came the recitation, on which he, like all obtuse teachers, placed a supreme value. It wasn't hard for me. I was his favorite pupil, for even then I could repeat a text flawlessly if someone pronounced it slowly. Bending over down to my waist, I could recite even the second surah, the longest, the one about the cow, as if I were reading it from the page, and I was barely 6 years old. I was his showpiece, and you know how polite I am. Some of my classmates recited more or less well, others badly or not at all. I would then mentally rub my hands together, for I knew what was coming. Mustafa would stroke the ends of his moustache and frown. If he was a master in anything, then it was in punishing. The culprit had to go to the front, loosen his trouser string, and bend over the desk. Then he would get the cane. We would see his face contorting like a gargoyle. It struck me that the teacher would favor certain pupils for these reprimands, and not even the worst reciters. His victims were good-looking boys, spoiled sons of Effendis, who already sensed what lay in store for them, and who began stuttering the instant he eyed them. They were the same boys that I preferred. It was already hot in the morning. I would stay in the shadows as I walked to the mosque with my slate, reeling off the assigned surah, but only moving my lips, and I also indulged in agreeable thoughts. One boy or the other would probably get it again, and my hopes were seldom dashed. Mustafa would never inflict less than 2 or 3 punishments, especially when he was in a good mood. Strangely enough, my concurrence did not escape him. Whenever he summoned one of our favorites to his desk, he would wink at me. Oh, was that good? Mustafa was my role model. I identified with him. There was an arbor in our garden, and I would go there in the evening to dream about him. This arbor, which was out of the way, was luxuriantly overgrown. Even its entrance was concealed by a curtain of vines. 2 creepers had interwoven, a bottle gourd and a squirting cucumber. One had been planted by the gardener, the other had settled in as a weed. I would sit there like a bird in a green cage until the moon rose. The heavy calabashes were dangling from the trellis by their necks. Nebek's face had regained its contour. He splayed his fingers as if weighing a gourd. And then the squirting cucumbers, curious fruits like certain plums, yellow when they ripen. By then they are tense like cocked pistols. Your finger barely has to graze them. You practically only have to think about them, and they burst open and hurl out their juice and seeds. I had fun with them. The taste was bitter when the charge hit my lips. There I became Mustafa, rising to the rank of Pasha in him. I called our favorites to the desk in order to interrogate them, and I was more severe than he. I did have a variant, however. I also summoned girls. I used to watch them in the neighboring gardens. They were already guarded by eunuchs at an early age. The girls, too, had to undo their trouser strings. I then ordered them to step forward in pairs so I could investigate what they had done with each other. No amount of denying helped. Just what it was they were supposed to confess. Their secret eluded me, although they were guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt. That was my favorite game in that garden. I often played it until the first birds stirred in the bushes. Then I stole back into the house. I am a night person. By then, my pallor was already blatant. My father believed I was studying too hard. He was worried about me. That was Nebek's story. It is strange to see how early the composition of life emerges, to be repeated in destiny. I had already sensed it. He and the little dove were made for each other. It was not her guilt. It was her secret that no torture could wrest from her, a secret that made her guilty and was causing her doom. The night was brightening. The horses were pawing the ground in the stables. The dogs were baying. I said, "You can't forgive her, I realize that. But recite the divorce formula 3 times. You have to send her home." It would be too complicated to describe how I brought this about. Indeed, managed to get it done. I had the means at my disposal. Incidentally, it was a wasted effort. Oleum et operam perdidi. Scarcely had the little dove arrived in Beirut than the news of her death came from her mother. Even though the widow cursed him, Nebek flew to Beirut again. There was no dissuading him. He came back even paler than usual. However, there was something, how shall I put it, inspired about his features. I learned what had happened. In the winter, people in those climates warm themselves with a mangle, a clay or copper basin containing coal. It is placed under the table over which carpets hang down. It is not difficult to poison oneself with the fumes from the coal. These deaths are not rare. That was precisely what the little dove had done, and as Nebek especially emphasized, so cleanly. She had donned festive garb, winding a doth around her head to avoid tousling her coiffure. Now she was the saint. "Do you smell something?" asked the prince. "Maybe I do smell something, I don't know. In the morning, people will definitely smell it." The anarch's relationship to ethos has already been touched on. We must distinguish between ethos and morality. The warrior follows his ethos. This can be morally challenged. Being and custom conflict with each other. While I may disapprove, I do understand the carryings-on of the commanders and the subalterns in the Casbah, especially the stewards who bring breakfast and are slated to fight at my side in the duck shack. My disapproval should not color my historical viewpoint. The latter should, above all, avoid guilt and punishment. Guilt and atonement are a different matter. Every man pays for his uniform, every man atones for his guilt. On the other hand, the anarch has to maintain his aura. This is a need, like the need for pure air. In the street, you likewise avoid stepping on turds. The further behind you leave law and custom, state and society, the more concerned you are with your own cleanliness. The distinction is as great as between the naked and the clad. The uniform sustains only holes, the body injuries. I have noted that when they gather in my dear father's home to improve the world, the air soon turns bad. No incense helps, no air freshener. You have to go outdoors. Again, as a historian, I am obliged to be there occasionally. This is as indispensable for everyday life as for scholarship. The air smells worst among the anarchists, and they can be found in Eumeswil too, as they are everywhere and always. I gain access to them through my students, although they regard me as suspect. The bad odor is related to their intrinsically correct maxim that everyone should live according to his taste, but their taste stinks. One finds types among them who deliberately step on turds and flaunt it as an intellectual achievement. Vigo, although affected by their machinations, is not unbenevolent toward them. In 10 years, they will all be lawyers with stylish haircuts. Fine. Just what do they suffer from? An underdeveloped notion of freedom. It is corrected by facts. If they were to dig in one story farther down and recognize themselves as anarchs, they would be spared a great deal. They would seek freedom in themselves and not in the collective. At first blush, the anarch seems identical with the anarchist in that both assume that man is good. The difference is that the anarchist believes it while the anarch concedes it. Thus, for the anarch it is a hypothesis, for the anarchist an axiom. A hypothesis must be confirmed in each individual case. An axiom is unshakable. It is followed by personal disappointments. Hence, the history of anarchism is a series of schisms. Ultimately, the individual remains alone, a despairing outcast. The goodness that guides the anarch's conduct is not an axiom in Rousseau's sense, but a maxim of practical reason. Rousseau had too many hormones, Kant too few. The former moved the world through confession, the latter through cognition. The historian must do justice to both. 39. Breakfast is over. Nebek removes the dishes. I've gotten slightly ahead of myself. He has not yet recited the divorce formula. If we move to the duck shack beforehand, I will have to weigh the possibility of knocking him off. It has already grown hot. The cicadas are strumming in the thorn bushes on the hillside of the stronghold. The parasitic kite circles above the slaughterhouse at the eastern edge of the city. Despite the distance, I see the bird distinctly in the clear air. I have the evening off. Unless I get a call, the day belongs to me. I bolt the door, close the shutters, slip out of my robe. The armchair stands at the right distance from the luminar. Next to my chair lies the indicator with its keyboards, various card files, and other instruments. The arrangement is well known, but the wand I hold in my hand is a secret. It is even rarer in Eumeswil than the gold phonophore. However, any child knows how to use the phonophore, whereas here, years of training are required merely for the technical aspect, nor does the latter suffice if the instrument is forgotten. Then the wand functions as an extension of the hand. It becomes magnetic. The facts leap across. The material is inexhaustible. It was accumulated over centuries that can be regarded as the great era of historiography. The overview grew to the same extent that the political impulse waned along with its passions. Countless scholars found their final haven here, an illusionary refuge. One of the best legacies of the world state is the fact that these efforts formed a collaboration. Granted, there were variants, but they heightened the stereoscopic pleasure. In the palace of Tiberius, the imperator and the slave, the captain of the Praetorian Guards, the cook and the fisherman have equal rights. Everyone is the center of the world. If I dwelled on that point, I would get lost in the mazes of an opium night. First, literature. What we call a source is actually fixed, an era's sediment in its written signs. But just one hammer blow, and the water spurts from the rock. A letter of the alphabet also contains an immediate secret, like the corals in the petrified reef. The molecules have remained as they were shaped by life, and they can be reanimated. A supratemporal core can be discovered in matter and liberated from it. These are resurrections. Here, the view leads beyond knowledge, indeed beyond art, to the high noon of the present. The hand that wrote the text becomes one's own. At the same time, quality becomes less important. The drama of history is woven entirely from the yarn of the Norns. The distinctions are created by the interplay of the folds, not by the cloth. People used to say, "Before God all are equal." Normally, answers to the previous day's inquiries lie in an open mailbox. They concern my own works or those I supervise, like Nebek's or Ingrid's, plus what Baslida, a Swabian, calls a sheer pastime. An inserted question may be, Rue Saint-Honoré, who aside from Robespierre lived in the house of the cabinet-maker Duplay? What became of him and of Eleanor? Extract from the 1789 speech in which Robespierre demanded that the National Assembly abolish slavery in the colonies and capital punishment in the kingdom itself. How high were the towers of the Bastille? And so forth. The apparatus spits out the answers in the required format. The height of the Bastille was 73 feet and 3 inches. Almost no light fell into its courtyard. The promenade on the towers was better. It was considered a privilege. As for Duplay, there is no need to leaf through the property records and address cadastres. He is instantly found among 10,000 namesakes in the Central Population Register. If he has even the slightest importance, then references lead to further indexes, say the archives of correspondence or the bibliographies. A petrified memory tremendous, and on the other hand, the sphinx that responds. Without budging from my chair, I can manage this mechanical part by means of analytical adjustments from the Casbah. I scroll the texts on the monitor, pulling out whatever documents I need. In Eumeswil, there are scholars like Kessmuller who fabricate their works in this manner. They are not worth dwelling on. Those underworlds that have survived all the firestorms must have minds that can associate in an original way. Men who may even have united in a kind of republic of scholars. And I suspect it might be possible to get to them when the studies up here have reached their ultimate degree. Perhaps only a single word will suffice, a sign. But this is guesswork. At times I have made futile efforts at playing a game that secret services instigate with and against each other. Information comes that can scarcely be located through record offices, but it is always anonymous and machine-processed. It never involves a personal dialogue, only information that is unthinkable without intuition. For example, question: the collective spirit can be stimulated to a certain degree that compels unanimity. The problem would be simple if assent were imposed, but in extreme cases there has to be a demand that allows no other choice and that heaves up and subjugates the individuals like a wave. I need a striking example. Information. Paris, Rue Saint-Honoré, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock a.m., August 10th, 1792 of the Christian era. Cosmic time follows. Even those words seem to go beyond mere numerals. Were they hinting that this was the first time I was dealing with that street? An initial feeler? It could scarcely be a coincidence. Then came the example, an excerpt from the memoirs of the Marquise de la Roche-Jacquelin. This woman, a close friend of Princess Lamballe, whose atrocious death was imminent, had played a heroic part during the fighting in the Vendée. A peasants' war was raging there. Aside from its name, it had little in common with the one that had devastated Germany almost 3 centuries earlier. The Vendean uprising came later chronologically, but earlier morphologically. It was still Gothic. It was fought by the 3 primary estates in unison: knights, peasants, and clerics. In Germany, by contrast, an estate in a new sense had stirred, still unclearly. The German peasant had come too early, the Vendean too late. The German banners had shown bread and boots, the French the lilies. The Vendeans made a good choice. The Marquise was indubitably the paragon of a both intrepid and reactionary person. That night, she and her husband crossed the Champs-Élysées, where more than 1,000 people had been massacred during the day. They saw fires at the barricades, heard shots and shrieks. At Place Louis XV, they were stopped by a drunkard who boasted of killing many people that day. He was now charging toward the Tuileries pour aller tuer les Suisses. There are nights when the air is virtually charged with gunpowder. There are also squares and streets, the major arteries of big cities where terror is repeated. No matter what the wise men say, blood works more changes than 1,000 debates at the convention. The distinctions fuse together. Her husband was unable to calm down the Marquise, who was beside herself. She began screaming, "Long live the sans-culottes! To the lanterns! Smash the windows!" Clearly, this lady was not only courageous but also honest, for she includes this incident in her memoirs, even though others would have suppressed or simply forgotten it. So much for the transmission of texts and their combination. The Tower of Babel was dismantled brick by brick, quantified and rebuilt. A question-and-answer game leads to the upper stories, the chambers, the details of its appointments. This suffices for the historian who practices history as a science. However, the Luminar offers more. Not only was an encyclopedia of inconceivable dimensions created in the catacombs, it was also activated. History is not only described, it is also played. Thus, it is summoned back into time. It appears in images and persons. Both scholars and artists must have been at work, even clairvoyants who peered into crystal balls. At midnight, when I call up one of the great scenes, I am directly participating in what is virtually a conjuration. Certainly there are objections. My dear dad generally refuses to employ this part of the Luminar. It offends his sense of historical precision. But then, how precise is historiography, say, Plutarch's? The great speeches of kings and generals before a battle, was he present? He must have put the words into his heroes' mouths. And why not? Besides, I often hear better things from the Luminar, and the sources of the era that introduce speaking machines are terribly meager. 40. Both the texts and the spectacles in the Luminar are beneficial to my study of anarchy, which is my secret focus. I summon the leading and marginal figures of theoretical and applied anarchism from the banquet of the 7 sages to the dynamiteros and bomb-throwers of Paris and St. Petersburg. Let me make a general comment on the Luminar. Whenever people appear in the spectacle, remarks and replies are put into their mouths, often brilliantly. However, the catacombs must have an elite that tries to reach further. The people are supposed to answer on their own. This would not be altogether impossible. Even technologically, it would constitute a supreme level of automatism. There were early efforts in the automated chess games, the artificial doves and turtles, the point office in Heliopolis. Clearly more is intended, namely resurrection. This touches on other networks, reminiscences of Faust, Swedenborg, Jung Stilling, Reichenbach and Huxley, of constantly reiterated attempts to degrade the material not metaphysically, but yes, this is where the problem begins. Words that are to be intensified by the suffix ism reveal a special demand, a volitional tendency, often hostility a priori. The motion becomes tumultuous at the expense of the substance. These are words for sectarians, for people who have read only one book, for those who pledge allegiance to their flag and are unconditionally committed to their cause. In short, for traveling salesmen and peddlers of commonplaces. A conversation with someone who introduces himself as a realist usually comes to an exasperating end. He has a limited notion of the thing, just as the idealist does of the idea or the egoist of the self. Freedom is labeled. This also holds for the anarchist's relationship to anarchy. In a town where 30 anarchists get together, they herald the smell of fires and corpses. These are preceded by obscene words. If 30 anarchists live there without knowing one another, then little or nothing happens. The atmosphere improves. What is the basis of the mistake that claimed countless victims and that will forever be operative? If I kill my father, I fall into my brother's hands. We can expect as little from society as from the state. Salvation lies in the individual. These encounters at the Luminar could fill a book. There would also be repetitions. The guiding thought, the anarch's relationship to the anarchist, is simple, despite all the variants. Besides, the distinction is merely one of degree, not one of principle. As in everyone, as in all of us, the anarch is also concealed in the anarchist, the latter resembling an archer whose arrow has missed the bull's eye. Whatever we may contemplate, we have to start with the Greeks. The polis in its multiplicity, a test tube system that risked any and all experiments. It contains everything, from the topplers of the Hermes and the killers of tyrants to the utter withdrawal from the quarrels of the world. In this respect, Epicurus can be considered a paragon with his ideal of painlessness founded on virtue. There is no intervention from the gods, who enjoy human efforts as a spectacle. The most we can hope for from the state is security. The individual should stay as free of the state as possible. I soon had to abandon my plan to group the personnel around two poles. Say, on one side the dreamers, the enthusiasts, the utopists; on the other side the thinkers, the planners, the systematists. The demarcation is not sharp. Feelings and thoughts correspond, person and thing, state and society melt into one another. The wave, irresistible in the surf, dissolves into foam because of both its own fatigue and the external resistance. This is demonstrated by practice. For example, the schisms of the Anabaptists or the Saint-Simonians. Caution is especially called for when messianic claims are voiced. I reviewed Fourier's world plan in the Luminar. It was presented as implemented in a surrealist version. There were no more towns or villages. The planet bristled with gigantic high-rises, the phalansteries. These white towers were separated by their attached agricultural areas, which were run and farmed as cooperatives. I must admit that the site had something majestic about it, as Fourier had dreamed. Indeed, there were approaches to his ideal in the course of history. Dreams and images always precede reality. Some features that seemed utopian back then have actually been surpassed. In that era of the physiocrats, when agriculture still predominated, there were men who foresaw the technological worlds. These too were, after all, founded on dreams. Granted, the blueprints often resembled palaces without stairs, but some plans were carried out. The environment was already taken into account. Thus, the collaboration of the phalansteries has produced a difference in climate, and indeed a favorable one. An agreeable, harmonious temperature prevails everywhere as under a glass roof. Seawater has become potable, the wild beasts are tame, the whole earth becomes habitable, even the deserts and also the poles, above which heat radiates from torrents of light. The population will grow to 3 billion. People attain a height of 2 meters and live to be 150. The number 3 plays a major role. It reveals a harmonious spirit. Work is subdivided into necessary, useful, and pleasant. Yields are distributed into 3 classes: capital, labor, and talent. A woman can live with a spouse, a lover, a procreator, or even all 3 at once. A man has the same choices. Children are raised by their grandmothers. Fourier's basic idea is excellent, namely that creation failed in its very casting. His error is that he considers creation reparable. Above all, the anarch must not think progressively. That is the anarchist's mistake. He thereby lets go of the reins. Not even Fourier can do without authority. A phalanstery is ruled by a eunarch, a million phalansteries by a duarch, the totality by the omniarch. A phalanstery is tenanted by 400 families. Considering what goes on in just a 2-family house in Eumeswil, One can imagine the chaos. It soon starts to smell. Then the unarch has to intervene with an iron rod. He may even have to summon the duarch. Fourier found a patron who supplied land and capital for setting up the first phalanstery. The enterprise collapsed at the very outset. Two reefs tower in front of the anarchist. The first, the state, must be overcome, especially in a hurricane when the waves soar. He ineluctably runs aground on the second one, society, the very image that flickered before him. There is a brief intermezzo between the fall of the legitimate powers and the new legality. 2 weeks after Kropotkin's funeral cortege, in which his corpse had followed the black banners, the sailors of Kronstadt were liquidated. This is not to say that nothing had happened in between. Merlino, one of the disillusioned, hit the nail on the head. Anarchism is an experiment. Hence also the endless squabbles between anarchists, syndicalists and socialists of all stripes, between Babeuf and Robespierre, Marx and Bakunin, Sorel and Jaurès, along with all the others whose names, but for the Luminar, would have been effaced like footprints in sand. Aside from maxims that occasionally flash through the fog, reading these things is like reading the Church Fathers, sterile and often annoying for endless stretches. Moreover, just as all their roads but led back to Rome, here all roads have but led to Hegel ever since the 19th Christian century. When I summoned Bakunin to the Luminar, other problems arose. First of all, how to explain the role of the Jeunesse Dorée in the worldwide activities of the anarchists. There is no lack of princes, of sons and daughters of the upper bourgeoisie and the high military, as well as students who have never held a hammer. And how do we explain the link between pity and extreme brutality in their actions? These may be combined in a single person or split between several. A classical encounter between left-wing and right-wing aristocrats is that of Florian Geyer with his brother-in-law, who felled him with his own hand. The peasants did not even want to have the nobles join their uprising. During his wanderings, Don Quixote hears the yammering of a servant whose master has tied him to a tree for same delinquency and is punishing him cruelly. The knight releases the unfortunate and inflicts a penance on the tormentor. No sooner has the knight ridden off than the servant is tied to the same tree and disciplined even more horribly. The knight has made enemies of both men. Time and again these stories include the conflict with the father and also with the brother. I believe it was Bakunin from whom I heard the following anecdote. During a meal the father was annoyed because the servant had broken a dish or made a mistake while serving. Next came what the children feared and shuddered at. The father penned a note to the nearest police station demanding 20 strokes for the servant. When the note was dispatched, the children hugged the servant in order to weep with him, but he shoved them away. He refused to have anything to do with them. Being excluded is bad. It leaves scars. Similar things can be found in Tolstoy. Back then, people ran gauntlets. Taking part in civil but not national wars is consistent with anarchist logic. There are exceptions, also transitions. An uprising, for instance. Bakunin combines anarchism with Slavophilia. Garibaldi, a national hero with a dash of anarchism, toured the theaters of war on 2 continents. It stood him in good stead that he had practiced the use of weapons at sea and on land. By contrast, a dismal spectacle is offered by the pure ideologist who seizes power for days or weeks. For the anarchist too, war is the father of all things. He rightfully pins great hopes on it. Clausewitz's maxim that war is a continuation of politics by other means holds for the anarchist, but in a converse sense. At every declaration of war, he sniffs morning air. In the World Civil War, a diffuse army of anarchistic partisans operates between the fighting nations and parties. These partisans are used and used up. There are few anarchic maelstroms that whirl in the torrent of history for weeks or longer. They presume a political stalemate. The classical example is the Paris Commune within a Gallo-Germanic war in the late 19th century of the Christian seculum. It was cited by both socialists and communists. We can also warm our hands at the fires of history, albeit from a prudent distance. Timeless things seeping uncannily into time can be felt. Just as war is the father of all things, so too is anarchy their mother. A new age is ushered in. 41. Pain is the historian's portion. It strikes him particularly hard when he ponders the fate of the do-gooders. An endless lament and an eternal hope are handed down through the generations like a torch that keeps going out. In the Luminar, the images are three-dimensional. According to my whim, I can sit with the Montagnards or the Girondists in the convention, occupy the seat of the chairman or the concierge, who may have the best overview of the situation. I am at once plaintiff, lawyer, and defendant, whichever I like. My passion flows into the parties like an electric current. This topic often takes me to Berlin. I visit this city shortly before Hegel's death, moving about there for roughly 2 decades, more precisely until the uprising of 1848 of the Christian era. This revolution is bizarre in that throughout the European countries where it took place, it achieved the exact opposite of its goals, thereby damming up the world torrent for nearly 100 years. The reasons have been examined from different vantage points. In medicine, such a process is known as maladie de relais, a disease providing new impulses, in this case, say, Bismarck and Napoleon III. That would be a verdict such as Kaunitz would have issued had he lived until that period. From the viewpoint of the first German parliament, which met in 1848, the crisis did not lead to a recovery. Instead, it launched a chronic illness. Naturally, they lacked any sense of self-criticism. I believe they failed because idealistic prattlers like my dear dad were in the majority. Such people economize with that special sap, blood. At first blush, the choice of place may seem inappropriate for this topic. Sunday morning, Unter den Linden. Berlin impressed me as a royal residence tenanted half by soldiers, half by Philistines. The relief guards headed toward the castle and the Brandenburg Gate, goose-stepping whenever a frogged officer heaved into view. In the center lane, the cavaliers were returning from their morning ride through the Tiergarten. Gentlemen in high hats and ladies in leg-of-mutton sleeves were coming from the Church of the Trinity on Mauerstrasse. Schleiermacher's sermons were still well attended. The Brandenburg air is dry. Schelling had disappointed them. Schopenhauer had been disappointed. I did not turn toward the castle on the Spree, although I would have liked to visit the monarch in his private apartments. Here again we have the difference between anarchist and anarch. The anarchist pursues the ruler as his mortal enemy, while the anarch's relationship to him is objective and neutral. The anarchist wants to kill the monarch, while the anarch knows he could kill him. But his reasons would have to be personal, not general. If the anarch is also a historian, then the monarch offers him a highest-ranking source, not only for political decisions, but also for the typical structure of the epoch. No two pharaohs are alike, but each mirrors his time. The anarch can face the monarch unabashedly. He feels like an equal even among kings. This basic mood affects the ruler. He senses the candid look. This produces a mutual benevolence favorable to conversation. I would like to touch on the external forms, say, the manner of address. Was it necessary for the poet Georg Herwegh to employ an insolent tone in his letter to Friedrich Wilhelm IV of Prussia? There were Teutomaniacs who deliberately soiled their boots before entering the Congress of Vienna. Those are resentments. People like hearing themselves addressed personally, whether by surname, first name, nickname, or by title or distinction. Sire, Excellency, Doctor, Monsignor, Comrade Jones, my little bunny. It takes a title to arouse their confidence. This provides a good start for the meeting. Metternich was a master of such niceties. To each his own. Not the worst of the Prussian maxims. In this context, the anarch, sure of what is his own, indulges in a smidgen of irony. The talk I would have liked to have with that ruler concerned one of the recurrent figures, namely the way an ideal shatters against the power of the zeitgeist, which degrades the ideal into an illusion. Such failures are repeated in the romantic interludes that separate the historical scenes. I knew he was poring over the writings of Donoso Cortés, whom he soon accredited as the Spanish charge d'affaires. Spain is one of the great strongholds of reactionism, just as England is a bulwark of liberalism, Sicily of tyranny, Silesia of mysticism, and so forth. blood and soil, this inspired muttonheads who amused blockheads. Herway and the king were united in their ideal, that of the Christian crown, menaced by the atheistic socialism that was being heralded. And both men saw liberalism as the stirrup holder, or according to Saint-Simon, the chausse-pied, the boot-hook of the new titans, the future lords of the world. But the Spaniard saw more sharply than the Prussian. He gazed 100 years farther and realized that the catastrophe threatening the sacred order could not be staved off. His basic attitude was not idealism but despair. Je marche constamment entre l'être et le néant. This did not become modern until a century later. Along with all the usual exaggerations voiced by all ultras and radicals, there are crystal splinters, such as the fact that the abolition of the legal death penalty was the signal for illegal butchery. Fine, the historian should not take sides. He must also see the zoological and the physical terrain under the social humus. For him, reactionism is a movement like any other, indeed one indispensable to progress, which it accompanies as shadow does light. In harmonious times, this can assume the form of a dance. The parliaments were unthinkable without oppositions. Even today, I still play intellectual duels in the Luminar, such as those between Pitt and Fox. Like some members of his family, the Prussian monarch was a good speaker, which is a dubious gift for a ruler. In his dislike of parliaments, he was one with Donoso. He refused point-blank to transform the natural bond between ruler and people, a bond drawing so much power from its inner truth, and turn it into a conventional, constitutional relationship. Using the Luminar, I inquired about the advice that Donoso could have given him. In the archives that administer the past, good minds had pondered this question thoroughly. Without a doubt, Donoso would have propagated the coup d'etat. However, the legitimate ruler is least qualified for this vocation. By resorting to it, he retreats from the focus of his power. Dictatorship is not hereditary. Conversations between utopists and idealists, even when merely driven by reality without affecting it, are highly appealing to the historian. Seedlings in a glass house before the hailstorm. Donoso had to seek his enemies in other utopists, say in the anarchistic socialism of a Proudhon, while he failed to perceive Marx. He did regard Hegel, however, as a devastator of brains. Yet every new chimney that started smoking was a contraindication. The machine stormers had realized this earlier and more clearly. After all, they celebrated their return in the 21st Christian century. These reruns of the great games, now on one side, now on the other, increase the historian's pain. He plays not against one, not against the other, nor even against both. Rather, he plays against the mighty Cronus, who devours his children, and then against Chaos, who gave birth to Cronus. My stroll across the decades in Germany before the Revolution of 1848 does not, as I have said, lead me to the castle. Instead, at the Café Kranzler, with its famous smoking room and its service with a gentle hand, I turn off into Friedrichstrasse. My goal is Jacob Hippel's wine garden, established at house number 94 for decades now. I linger almost as often on this street as on Rue Saint-Honoré. At various times I have stood not there but between the barricades. For example, during March 1848, after the fateful shot was fired in front of the castle, then again at the end of the two great wars between the red flag and the swastika. I was there when the barricade hardened into a wall, and once again when it was raised. I marched under various monarchs and presidents to the drill grounds and back to the barracks. I accompanied the tanks from the Reich Chancellery until they were blown up at the Weidendamme Bridge. I also visited the Garrett's Shadow's northern room where he drew, the student digs where Friedrich Hielscher brooded about the autonomy of the self. Across the street there was a cabaret, the Bonbonnière. I conversed with the women who were walking their beat. This time, Hippel's wine garden was my goal. In those years, it was the meeting place for a circle of men who, enjoying some modest attention from both the educated public and the police, were known as the Free Men. They were categorized as part of the far left. Their common traits were intelligence, intellectual independence, and discontent with the status quo. Otherwise, they were very different in their views and designs, an explosive group. Another shared feature was their encounter with Hegel. It had left scars or neuralgic points. Bruno Bauer, having been dismissed from the university faculty and now running a publishing house combined with a cigar shop, was widely known and feared as a Bible critic. He had studied under Schleiermacher, for whom he had attacked Strauss and his historical Christ. The reason for his dismissal was provided by his Trumpet of the Last Judgment, which he had blasted against Hegel. Altenstein, his protector, had dropped him because of that pamphlet, saying he was developing too far to the left, the typical blunder of a government minister unable to survey the overall climate. Like those of the peasants' insurrections, these quarrels were tied to the Gospels. For the first stirrings of the theological current, the place of freedom must be determined and secured. The free men sought this locus in the individual person. Through its own self-awareness, freedom would become the focal point of action. Personal freedom, they said, had to be safeguarded on all sides, be it against the state, the church, liberalism, or the growing socialist movement. For those men, all these things were part of the masses, restricting and inhibiting the absolute emancipation of the individual. A regular customer at Hippel's was Boole, if he happened not to be incarcerated. A critical mind. I glanced through the few issues of his journal, The Patriot, in the Luminar. He may have been the first man to formulate the maxim that one should reject not the current form of a state, but its essence. This is an insight that the anarchist lacks. It can be applied to capital as well. State capitalism is even more dangerous than private capitalism because it is directly tied to political power. Only the individual can succeed in escaping it, but not the group. This is another reason why the anarchist fails. Perhaps it was this insight that moved Bruno Bauer to proclaim lack of conviction as the ideal of the free men before he returned to his studies of history. In the beginning, Marx and Engels, who were to play a worldwide role later on, albeit posthumously, frequented the get-togethers of the free men. In the long run, needless to say, the atmosphere was not to their liking. They wanted to take over the state, not abolish it. Gradually, yet more and more distinctly, the free men distanced themselves from them. Apparently, Marx and Engels suspected them of paving the way for what was known some 100 years later as an artillery position. The dislike was mutual. It was recorded in, among other places, a pamphlet issued by the Marx-Engels Dioscuri after their departure from Berlin, The Holy Family, or Critique of Critical Critique, against Bruno Bauer and consorts. Such encounters make it obvious that the socialists recognize their archenemy not in the state or in the church or in capitalism. All those institutions, clarified by scholarship and refashioned by propaganda, can be replaced. Their struggle is waged not against but for power. Their deadly foe is anarchy, represented on the one side by the idealistic anarchist and on the other by the lumpen proletariat, which, in a crisis, casts off the final trappings of law and order and even humanity and closes the debate. In order for them to resume under a new constellation, all those entities, indispensable at absolute zero, are the first that must be liquidated. 42. The air was bad, as it is wherever people are debating. One must put up with it. My goal in visiting the free men was not to observe one of the great minds about whom whole libraries were then written. Indeed, a personal encounter only weakens the impact. I was researching a customer who seldom participated in the conversations. He sat silently in front of his glass, smoking with visible relish. Supposedly, a good cigar was his sole passion. In any case, he had accomplished little in his profession. He taught at a finishing school, his marriage or his literary efforts, with a single exception. His wife, interviewed by Mackay in London many years after the divorce, had nothing good to say about her ex-husband. They had wed in their Berlin apartment under what were then scandalous circumstances, with Buell and Bruno Bauer as witnesses. When the clergyman, a high-ranking councillor of the consistory, appeared, Buell emerged from the next room in his shirt-sleeves. The bride, too, arrived late, without myrtle or veil. They had neither a Bible nor wedding bands. Bruno Bauer contributed 2 brass rings that he detached from his purse. The Berlin rumour mill turned them into curtain rings. After the wedding, they all remained together, drinking beer and returning to the card game that they had been playing beforehand. The couple had met at the get-togethers of the Free Men. The wife, needless to say, was emancipated. Her ideal was George Sand. But in London she turned sanctimonious. She no longer wanted to hear about her marriage, and she told Mackay that her husband was crafty, cunning, and underhanded. She summed him up with the English word sly. She had brought some money into the household, but he had drunk it up and gambled it away. Her statements were probably valid to the extent that he had squandered it on bizarre projects. Like many literati, he was impractical, but had bright ideas that he would have done better to use in novels than in commerce. Thus, he realized that the dairy industry, which was still being run in a medieval fashion, would be improved if centralized. But he had not reckoned with the housewives. They were accustomed to their farmer, who would appear with his dog-cart at the crack of dawn. The customers stayed away. The milk turned sour and flowed into the gutters. But the idea was good, as demonstrated by a shrewd businessman who shortly carried it out and raked in a fortune. I can see him sitting there and smoking, a delicate profile. The sketch that Friedrich Engels drew from memory in London captures only the middle part of the face, the straight nose and the fine mouth. It was revised by the media service in the Luminar. The new version also had the high, though less receding forehead, which is Stern in German. And indeed he, Johann Caspar Schmidt, had been nicknamed Stirner by one of his fellow students at the University of Königsberg. Later on, he used the pseudonym Max Stirner. His signatures are likewise delicate. One notices that the final stroke sinks with the years. Incidentally, he died not by his own hand, but from a fly sting that became infected. A banal life, misspent in profession and business, a failed marriage, debts, a regular tavern table with the standard blabber preceding the German Revolution, a high-level Philistine, the usual stuff. His literary output, essays and critiques in newspapers and journals, is equally unimportant. It was already forgotten during Stirner's lifetime and would have been consumed by the firestorms had it not been preserved by the Luminar. Yet these little leaves, which in times of crisis sprout like mushrooms from the humus and then perish, are invaluable for the historian who wishes to study ideas in statu nascendi. They are covered by the rubble of revolutions, and the Marx-Engels pamphlet attacking Stirner St. Max, a folio manuscript of several hundred pages, also very nearly disappeared. By the time it was excavated, it was already well gnawed by the mice. Engels had entrusted it to a cabinet-maker named Bebel. The Luminar restored the text. The manuscript was begun in 1845 of the Christian era, the year when Stirner's magnum opus, the only one in his own, was published. This study is the exception I mentioned above. Thus, the polemics must have sprung from an immediate impression. All derision contains a speck of truth, as does the epithet Saint Max. Stirner found his St. Paul in John Mackay, who took saintliness very seriously, for example, when he put Stirner's tome above the Bible. Just as this holy book comes at the beginning of the Christian era in order to carry its devastating effect to almost every last corner of the inhabited earth, so too the unholy book of the first self-aware egoist comes at the start of the new era. To exert an influence as beneficial as that of the Book of Books was pernicious. And then he quotes the author, "A tremendous, ruthless, shameless, unconscionable, arrogant crime perpetrated against the holiness of every authority." Such claims are not new. Even Franciscans have dared to maintain that the earthly life of Jesus was notably surpassed by that of their founder. De Sade was elevated to the divine Marquis. A similar approval is given to every border crosser. In regard to Helvetius, who put personal happiness above all else, and whose book De l'Esprit, 1758, was burned in Paris, A clever lady said that this work had bared every person's secret. I heard this in Auteuil at the Luminar from the author's both intelligent and charming wife. The characteristic feature of the great saints, of whom there are very few, is that they get at the very heart of the matter. The most obvious things are invisible because they are concealed in human beings. No thing is harder to evince than what is self-evident. Once it is uncovered or rediscovered, it develops explosive strength. St. Anthony recognized the power of the solitary man, St. Francis that of the poor man, Stirner that of the only man. At bottom, everyone is solitary, poor, and only in the world. It takes no genius to make such discoveries, only intuition. They can be granted to a trivial existence, they are as clear as day. That is why they cannot be studied like systems, they are revealed through meditation. To get back to the art of archery, it is not certain that the most skillful archer has the truest aim. A dreamer, a child, a crackpot may be the one who pulls it off. Even the bullseye has a midpoint, the center of the world. It is not spatial, it is hit not in time but in the timeless interval. One of Stirner's benign critics, he had few of these but lots of enemies, called him the metaphysician of anarchism. Crackpots are indispensable. They operate gratuitously, weaving their fine nets through the established orders. While skimming these forgotten journals, I came across a surprising item. A psychiatrist had taken the trouble to decipher the notes of a mentally disturbed female, a serving girl who was declared legally incompetent because of her idiocy. While interpreting them, he had been struck by acutely logical maxims that fully coincided with Stirner's cardinal points. Paranoia. The illusion generally evolves into a coherent logical system and is not to be refuted by counter-arguments. Spiritus flat ubi vult. The spirit blows wherever it will. This recalls a certain philosopher's judgment of solipsism, an invincible stronghold defended by a madman. Stirner, incidentally, is no solipsist. He is the only one like Tom, Dick, or Harry. His special trait is simply that he recognizes himself as such. He resembles a child playing with the Koh-i-Noor he has found in the dust. His keeping the diamond for himself is consistent with his nature. It is peculiar that he has told others. Fichte, teaching in Berlin one lifetime earlier, also discovered, or better, exposed, this jewel in the self-setting of the self. Unnerved perhaps by his own boldness, he wrapped it in philosophical obscurity. Nevertheless, he too was disparaged as a solipsist. Now just what are the cardinal points or the axioms of Stirner's system, if one cares to call it that? There are only two, but they suffice for thorough reflection. 1. That is not my business. 2. Nothing is more important than 1. No addenda are required. Needless to say, the only one and his own immediately triggered lively protests and was so thoroughly misunderstood that its author was declared a monster. When the book appeared in Leipzig, it was instantly confiscated. The Minister of the Interior reversed the ukase, saying the book was too absurd to be dangerous. Stirner's response: let a nation do without freedom of the press. As for me, I will hit on some trick or act of violence in order to print my work. I will obtain the permission only from myself and my strength. The word monster is also ambiguous. It derives from monere, remind. The author set up one of the great monuments. He made the self-evident evident. The rebukes against him concentrated, nor could it be otherwise, in the reproach of egoism, a concept with which Stirner himself never fully came to terms. Still, he annexed it, often replacing Einziger, only one, with Einer, owner, proprietor. The owner does not fight for power. He recognizes it as his own, his property. He owns up to it, appropriates it, makes it his own. This process can be non-violent, especially as a strengthening of the self-awareness. Everything should be my business, but never my business. Fie on the egoist. However, God, mankind, the Sultan have all based their business on nothing but themselves, and it is from these great egoists that I wish to learn. Nothing is more important to me than I. Like them, I too have based my business on nothing. The owner does not fight with the monarch, he integrates him. In this respect, he is akin to the historian. The discoverer has his delights. When I began dealing with the only one, I could not help discussing it with Vigo. He showed interest. Sitting under the cypresses in his garden, we delved into this topic while the moon hung over the Casbah. What had touched me so deeply? Stirner's arrow grazed the point at which I suspected the presence of the Anak. The dissimilarity presupposes a very subtle distinction, and I believe Vigo is the only person in Eumeswil who could make it. After all, he instantly caught the difference between owner and egoist. It is the same as the difference between anarch and anarchist. These concepts appear to be identical, but are radically different. Vigo felt that the subject should be treated in a series of dissertations. If Eumeswil has a group to which the problem could be submitted, then it is his circle. It includes loners like Nebeck, Ingrid, the Magister, and others who do not need gloves to play with fire. We never got beyond the plan and the general outlines which I stored provisionally in the archive. How should it be tackled? Usually such projects begin with a historical overview. The self-evident is timeless. It keeps pushing its way up through the tough historical mass without ever reaching the surface. This also obtains for the consciousness of absolute freedom and for the realization of that consciousness. In this sense, history resembles a fragment of magma in which bubbles have petrified. Nonconformity has left its trace. Approaching it differently, one could picture the crust of a dead planet struck by meteors. Indeed, astronomers have wondered if the craters are to be interpreted as scars left by such impacts or as extinct volcanoes. But whichever, from above or from below, cosmic fire was at work, one would have to determine where anarchy's self-understanding in acting, thinking, or poetic creation occurred, where it coincided with man's attainment of self-comprehension and was pinpointed as the basis of freedom. To this end, we authorize the use of the great luminar, pre-Socratics, Gnosis, Silesian mysticism, and so forth. Among the bizarre fish, large ones also remain in the net. The Christian century from 1845 to 1945 is a sharply outlined era. It also confirms the inkling that a century achieves its true form at midpoint. I would not deem it mere chance that the only one and his own came out in 1845. Chance is everything or nothing. In the Luminar, I skimmed the mass of critical literature on Stirner, including the memoirs of a man named Helms, who depicts Stirner as the prototype of the petit bourgeois and his ambitions. This judgment is valid to the extent that the only one is concealed in every person, including the petit bourgeois. It was particularly true in that century. However, the importance of this type is overlooked. This alone reveals his robustness. Since my dear brother and his fellow students use cardboard figures as bowling pins, any four-letter word is proof positive. That is one of the reasons for their disappointments. How come the petit bourgeois is treated as either a bugaboo or a whipping boy by the intelligentsia, the grand bourgeoisie, and the trade unions? Probably because he refuses to be forced from above or below to run the machine. If push comes to shove, he himself takes history in hand. A tanner, a joiner, a saddler, a mason, a house painter, or an innkeeper discovers in himself the only one, and everyone else recognizes himself in him. How come a snowball turns into an avalanche? Initially, like everything around it, the ball has to be made of snow. The incline takes care of the rest. Likewise, the men and the ideas of a final period, leached out as it is by history, must conform. They can never be singular and by no means elitist. That was why Vigo balked at delving any further into the problem. A historian needs characteristics, dates, facts. He needs drama, not apocalypse. I fully understood. It is especially difficult to tell the essential from that which is similar to and indeed seems identical with it. This also applies to the anarch's relation to the anarchist. The latter resembles the man who has heard the alarm but charges off in the wrong direction. However, the anarch lurks in the anarchist, as in anyone else, and so, in the wasteland of their writings, they often score a hit that confirms that statement. At the Luminar, I plucked out utterances that could have been signed by Stirner. Take Benjamin Tucker, a true Don Quixote who, in his Liberty, one of the small anarchist journals, tilts at the windmills of the riffraff of future governments. Whatever the state socialists may claim or deny, if their system is accepted, it is doomed to lead to a state religion whose expenses must be borne by everyone and at whose altar everyone must kneel. A state medical school by whose practitioners everyone must be treated. A state system of hygiene that prescribes what everyone must eat and drink, what everyone must wear, and what everyone may or may not do. A state code of ethics that, not satisfied with punishing crime, will suppress everything that the majority may describe as vice. A state system of education that will outlaw all private schools, academies, and universities. A state elementary school where all children are educated collectively at public expense. And finally, a state family with an attempt to introduce scientific eugenics. Thus, authority will reach its peak, and monopoly the supreme display of its power. That was penned in the Christian year 1888, way before a like-minded Irishman sketched the horrific image of such a future. Poor Tucker, he died very long in the tooth during the first year of World War II. He had lived to see the triumph of the authoritarian state in Russia, Germany, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. Throughout his writings, I stumbled upon statements that were unusual for an anarchist, such as "anarchy is order," or "attend to your own affairs. This is the only moral law." That is why he regards all efforts at suppressing vice as intrinsically criminal. Here, an anarch smashes through the anarchist system. By comparison, individualist anarchists like most, who rejoices whenever a ruler is blown up, are mindless firecrackers. Bakunin would like to replace the church with schools. Pelletier would like to infiltrate the trade unions. Some want to work in the masses. Others, like Emma Goldman, prefer elitism. A few wish to propagate with dynamite. A few by non-violent means. One gets lost in labyrinths. Prison trustees, prison stokers, all they share is the fact that they roast and perish in their own fire. Eumeswil, too, had a core of activists. Such people love to die, but the breed does not die out. They have an officer for whom they go through fire and water. The rank and file includes Luigi Grongo, a waterfront trucker who does errands for me, a sturdy, stocky guy, muscular all over, with a low forehead above a good-natured face. When he shakes my hand, an electric current shoots through me. If his boss told him that I was obstructing the happiness of the world, Luigi would joyfully kill me. One cannot help loving him. Stirner does not deal with ideas, especially those of universal happiness. He looks for the source of happiness, of power, property, divinity within himself. He does not wish to serve anything. Unconsciously, each man strives toward his own intrinsic self. However, an unconscious action is only half an action, and you always keep falling into the hands of a new faith. But I smile as I watch the battle. Here and now, there are no detours. One of the first dissertations ought to focus on Mackay's rediscovery of Stirner. Mackay understood Stirner's uniqueness, but could not see the fire for the smoke. This is even revealed by the epigraph of his settling of accounts. He who speaks the truth does not forge his happiness. That widespread penchant for gratuitously making oneself unpopular is not found in Stirner. He would say, "Truth? None of my business." It remains his own property. He does not accept it. He does not want to serve it. Instead, he disposes of it freely. Mackay's writings are haunted by the association, a word he took over from Stirner. The difference is that the association, to use Thomas Aquinas's terminology, is substantial for Mackay, but only accidental for Stirner. Could a free man then ever take a part or join a party? Yes, but he cannot be taken himself or be taken over by a party. He creates an association that will last as long as the party and the self pursue the same goal. Mackay is more consonant with Stirner in the maxims he aims at the masses. For example, the masses remain as stolid and apathetic as before, and the now empty place is occupied by someone else from the inexhaustible arsenal of those who are always ready to exert any kind of repression. Vigo had added a gloss on this passage in my outline. At this point, you ought to investigate the differences between communism, anarcho-syndicalism, and individualist anarchism. Development from Fourier to Sorel. Dividing this hornet's nest into its cells would fill a tome and still be unsatisfactory. More vinegar than honey would be gained. This is the crossroad of the demands made by the state, the collective, and the individual, not to mention the basic issue of whether the ultimate goal is economy or freedom. The syndicalist view of profit as belonging to the enterprise that achieves it sounds reasonable. But what about a subtle yet indispensable achievement outside the enterprise, say, a poem? The enterprise would have to assume the role of patron, but when the state takes charge of the artist, then bad taste triumphs all too often. A pleasant thought, no state, no armies, peace at home and abroad as among brothers, but this goal is to be attained only through violent overthrow. Sometimes we detect glimmers of nostalgia for ancient times, when Adam delved and Eve span. Yet the more reasonable an idea, the more hopeless its realization. In those days it would have been better to wager on the synarchs, something like high-level Mauritanians whose doings, mostly shrouded in darkness, unfolded at the end of the above-mentioned epoch. Their arguments were not reasonable like those of the syndicalists, but rational. Planning, brain trust, technocracy were their buzzwords. I summoned them to the Luminar through St. Yves. Social progress and technological progress are interwoven, both Babylonian. They foster and hamper each other, creating a mutual equilibrium. In hindsight, it is hard to determine which has wrought the greater havoc. Stirner was unfazed by such problems. He flicked them off like the ashes of his imported cigars. They were not my business. He was taken up with other issues, such as the rights that the only one had over life and death. He would kill and die, not like the soldier for king and country, not like the anarchist for an idea, not like the martyr for a faith, but only if his own cause demanded it. He cited the example of the vivandière who bled to death in the snow on the shores of the Berezina. She died next to her baby, after strangling it with her garter. To draw an important demarcation, we had envisaged a comparison between the Only One and the Superman. It would make little difference whether, as Mackay assumes, Nietzsche, old gunpowder head, was acquainted with Stirner's work. Ideas float in the air. Originality lies in rendering them in the strength of the tackling and shaping. First of all, the Superman recognizes the world as the will to power. There is nothing else. Even art is a will to power. The Superman joins in the rivalries of the world, while the Only One is content to watch the spectacle. He does not strive for power. He dashes neither after nor ahead of it, because he possesses it and enjoys it in his self-awareness. This recalls far Eastern empires of images. Naturally, because of external circumstances, power can fall into the hands of the Only One as well as the Anarch. But power is burdensome for the Only One. Periander, tyrant of Corinth, inherited it like a disease from his father. Incidentally, it strikes me that certain features of Periander and also Tiberius, especially in their good times, are to be found in our Condor, though in the effete and ahistorical framework of Eumeswil. I have already said that the Anarch and the Monarch have a polar resemblance. Basically, each contains both. Secondly, the famous God is dead. By then, old Gunpowder Head was forcing an open door. A universal awareness was unveiled. That explains the sensation he caused. The Only One, on the other hand, God, is none of my business. That leaves all doors open. The Only One can depose or impose God, or let the matter rest, whichever he likes. He can show him the door, or form an association with him. As with the Silesian mystic, God cannot be without me. Like the biblical Jacob, the Only One can wrestle for power until dawn. That alone is the message in the history of God's redemption plan. Vigo had penned some marginalia here too. For example, Porphyry, only the individual exists. And also, this takes us back to the nominalism debate. Our institute has limited means. Nevertheless, old Gunpowder Head remained a nominalist in this matter until the encounter in Turin. The debate is still unsettled unless nomina and res coincide in the gods. Besides, the historian must not exhaust himself in cerebral processes. His field is facts. That is why at the Luminar I act mainly as a physiognomist. When that old fox Eumenes, the founder of our city, was declared dead after an engagement, his brother had nothing more urgent to do than seize the throne and marry the ruler's wife. When the two men did meet once more, the supposed deceased embraced his brother and whispered to him, "Next time, don't marry till you've seen my corpse." It must be noted that Eumenes' brother came toward him at the head of the guards and with a spear in his hand. The performance was fine, especially the sweeping way he lowered the spear. The start of the third Christian millennium produced a breed of actors who abandoned psychology or absorbed it entirely in their actions. Their achievements have been preserved in the Luminar. I admit that it is not easy to detach oneself from the present and refrain from evaluating it. Yet a barren Eumeswil that has been charred by nihilism provides the right setting. Your eyes descend from the extinct crater to the ocean. Down there in Pompeii, the markets are filling up. Soon Pliny the Elder will come sailing in from Misenum. Anyone who takes on the risk of history must, like a Proteus, be transformed within its element, must unreservedly conform to the spirit of the time in which the decision has been rendered and to the character that has rendered it. Passion without participation. Life throbs, unbroken by the verdict. The spirit rises with the billow and sinks with it. It feels fine in the surf. A ruler, a commander, a tyrant, his executioner, his victim, and his murderer are summoned and questioned, but only in the interrogator's mind. That is what you are. The results. There were many possibilities. Knowing the bottom line, we can check the figures. The right flank should have been stronger, and yet the zeitgeist was powerful, the character compelling. The decision, good or bad, wrong or right, could not be otherwise. That is why nothing is learned from history. The doer imagined he could determine the future, but he was sucked in by it, fell prey to it. At the crucial moment, what was necessary happened. It is subsequently mirrored in its own irrevocability. Now things become sinister. The nameless force to which even gods must bow dims the vision. 43. Another long day has ended. In the city, lights trace out the pattern of the straight principal avenue and the twisting streets. The boats at sea also have lights. A few craft are circling the islands, others linger on the surface mirror. Those are the lamps of the fishermen who hunt the loligo, the squid. Whenever he seeks pleasure with the woman, who, just like him, gives off a pearly sheen resembling the veiling of the iris, the cunning fisherman approaches him. He tosses glass spheres in the sea. They menace with sharp points, and they shine like you, Loligo. And now, deceived by light that stirs throughout the sea, the swift one comes and plays with glass, and bloodily he tears his coat apart. Downstairs in the hall, the condor has terminated the dinner. This is the moment I am to wait for. He may wish to carry the conversation into the night bar. This is not on the agenda, but I must be prepared, and usually I have an unwanted gain. But no one telephones. I can now drink my wine. The Luminar has an after effect. I can indulge in a pleasure shared by all historians. Metacriticism. Somebody or other is summoned. I put myself in his shoes and weigh his decisions. In so doing, I must avoid an almost universal mistake. Post hoc judgment. Thus, dear old Dad, harking back to better days, censures the corrupt standard of Eumeswil. But it is precisely the historical necessity of this corruption that eludes him. It is a condition like any other. The milk of human kindness has gone sour. No Cato will make it fresh again. Besides, any present time is grim. That is why better times are sought partly in the past, partly in the future. Toward midnight, it is time to retire. The play of the retina commences. The luminar images recur, sharp in their outlines but with complementary colors. Pages of text slip in between. I could read them. The human mind must house a tremendous archive that loses nothing. The faces come alive. They change as supplely as plasma and rigidify once more. Then alien things join in. A green bronze head on face after spending ages in Etruscan soil. It has an aureole of hair. Reality grows stronger, but not dreamlike. Plus voices. Neverman has died. Then another. Ball is dead. I do not know them. The voices seem to be coming not from outside, but directly from my ears. Presumably a catacomb medium to which I am connected willy-nilly. I hope it is only a crossed wire. My sleep is preceded by either thoughts or images. thoughts, if in the morning reality prevailed in the body, images, if it prevailed in the mirror. It strikes me that these combinations focus primarily on balance. How does the interplay of influx and erosion maintain the salt content of the oceans, keep their calcium level constant? In what rhythm do the rocks crumble into dust and scree and then tower up again as mountains? Through millions of years, the masses of meteors and cosmic dust that keep peppering the Earth must add enormously to the planet's weight. Its centrifugal force is bound to grow, increasing its distance from the Sun. Still and all, we may assume that the Sun is likewise charged to the same degree by various objects, so that the overall proportion is restored. The great mill, grain becomes flour, flour becomes bread. Bakers like to give bread the shape of wheat grains, or as some people think, genitalia. But there is no difference, aggression and reply. Periander, upon seeing the first catapult arrow which had been brought to him from Sicily, exclaimed, "Good God, a man's courage is a thing of the past." But then the walls were reinforced and the soldiers shot back with catapults. This was repeated. When Richard the Lion-Hearted lay siege to a vassal's stronghold, he leaned comfortably against a wall until he was mortally wounded by a bolt in his shoulder. He did not realize that English craftsmen had managed to build a crossbow that could shoot farther. It may have gained an advantage of only a few ells, and so the odds were soon even again. This recalls the hourglass. As the upper part empties, the lower fills up proportionately, but the weight remains constant. This notion is so simple that it defies the imagination. It was the work of a time maker, not a clockmaker. Any calculating is a recalculating. If the numbers look right, we feel a gratuitous peace of mind, as if we had managed to complete a game of solitaire. Then the cards are laid out again. The hourglass is used until the curtain falls. My sleep becomes light. I move on in overhead illumination, not with precise thoughts, but in a pensive mood. In my drowsing, the weights keep shifting, but without substance, without cohesion. It is different if the mirror image was stronger in the morning. Then I feel scattered throughout the day. I have to concentrate on my work. But at night, the mind passes unhampered into the splendor and terror of the world of dreams. Everyone knows what it is like to jump up from sleep. Escape from the early morning hours seems impossible. They are a labyrinth. Nearly always there are worries, often only minor ones, but now they are hopelessly entangled. How can I find my way out? At such times I mull over my situation. What am I doing in Eumeswil? Here I am a suspect waiter on the one hand, a historian without a system on the other. I am unconcerned about how people judge me, but how shall I stand the test of my self-criticism? It is hard when a man summons himself to the bar. The change in the imminent power struggle will place me in jeopardy, but I find the prospect agreeable. The bunker on the Upper Seuss is prepared. For all the trouble I went to, it was more of an intellectual game, like winter plans for a later vacation. You get hold of a tent, a fault boat, a rifle. If things get serious, off I go on my holiday. I will return after a while. That is how all romantic excursions wind up. You escape either not at all or by the skin of your teeth. It makes no difference to me whether Eumeswil is ruled by tyrants or demagogues. Any man who swears allegiance to a political change is a fool, a facchino for services that are not his business. The most rudimentary step toward freedom is to free oneself from all that. Basically, each person senses it, and yet he keeps voting. Inside the polis, everyone is on a treadmill. The slave is free only in his sleep. He becomes king in his dreams, even on the night before his execution. At these tables, more is served than our daily bread. This, too, is basically sensed by everyone. Prophets and popes have lived on this hunger. Princes of the night, garbed as magi, want to lay hands on our very dreams. 2 steps, or rather leaps, could get me out of the city in which evolution has run its course. Boutefeu realized this early on, but wagered on evolution all the same. When appraising an experiment, one must ignore any possible usefulness, avoid any value judgments. An experiment enriches only our knowledge. Like nature, it has neither an aim nor a goal such as we project into it. An experiment always succeeds. As such, the Superman, akin to the proconsul, has found his place, his group, his fossil rank among the primates. A family tree also has its dead branches. Like many fossil anthropomorphs, the proconsul has likewise been raised to the level of man's forebear, Hebera. Why raised, one might wonder? As little can be expected from evolution as from any progress. The great change transcends not only the species but the entire bios. It is a crucial loss that mere fragments have come down to us from the most ancient documents. The difference between the forests and the catacombs seems to be that in the former, one experiments at the tree of knowledge, and in the latter, at the tree of life. Attila is familiar with the forests. He lived there for a long time, as at many outer limits. That is why I listen very attentively to his words, and even more to his silences. Likewise, more is happening in the catacombs than the hoarding and administering of knowledge. It is the foundations of the species and not of consciousness that are being shaken. In the forest, a new Isis ought to be engendered, and Prometheus liberated from the Caucasus by the subterraneans. In our epigonic world of languishing empires and degenerate city-states, aspirations are limited to the crude needs. History is dead. This facilitates a historical retrospective and keeps it free of bias, at least for those who have suffered pain and put it behind them. On the other hand, the things that gave substance to history and put it in motion cannot have died. They must have shifted from the phenomenal world to the reserves, to the night side. We dwell on fossil soil that can unexpectedly spew fire. Everything is probably inflammable, all the way to the core. The fact that some places are heating up is perceived not only by visionaries and crackpots. While political and economic problems are touched on only peripherally, the Domo has to deal with them ex officio. The intelligence he receives from border patrols and the information he gathers elsewhere are things he keeps top secret, because he considers them dangerous and also because he would like to suppress them. They do not fit into his system. He would prefer to treat them like the tales about sea serpents. At the night bar, I occasionally catch a remark that sheds light on his appraisal of the situation. His assessment, in accordance with his nature, is realistic and could be formulated roughly as follows. There is no doubt that these rumors, while exaggerated, indicate the existence of specific neuralgic points. In a tiny number of centers, knowledge has become autarkic, independent of even the empires. This autonomy of both the technocrats and the biologists is based on the hoarding of knowledge and on its secrecy. Their independence is expressed in the luminars, which transmit news and indispensable data. Towers have been driven downward and turned into cisterns that weather the assaults of political might. Such constellations have always existed, say, in the history of the secret orders, or the way the old man of the mountains at the fortress of Alamut influenced the policies of Oriental kingdoms. If my evaluation is correct, there are two schools at work. One wants to pile higher stories on the cerebrum, while the forest school wants to sink it back into the thalamus. One group cannot get along without fire, the other without the animal. We in Eumeswil are little people, and so we have to steer clear of these quarrels. It is more important to have bread on the table every day. Then again, scuttlebutt about sinister things does us no harm. People huddle together as on the brink of an abyss. Such are the Domo's thoughts. Attila, by contrast, seems to feel that the condor should get involved in the forests. I once heard Attila say, "the condor and the lamb." As a historian, I infer the existence of a still aimless movement that could be called the pre-current, a spiritual disquiet that spreads out before tangible things appear. Parties have not yet formed but are adumbrated. Something is going to happen. Even nuclear fission was preceded by whispers. On an island without dogs or cats, one could still determine who, if these animals were ever introduced, would go for dogs and who for cats, and who would remain neutral. Thus, there are people who are scared of snakes without ever having encountered one. This can be applied to Montezuma and the White Gods. Thus, in Eumeswil, Vigo strikes me as being predestined for the forest, Bruno for the catacombs. They are also the only people with whom one can converse about those matters. As I have mentioned, I took the job at the night bar chiefly because of Vigo's advice. I am grateful to him for his exegesis of the bits and pieces I bring back. In regard to what I told him about the Domo's ruminations, Vigo said, "The man is good in his place. His tread is sure because he does not see or wish to know what is going on below or above the surface. Otherwise he would not take science so seriously. The fact that science is a puppet show, especially in technology, would be an absurd thought for him, yet science does not have a light of its own. The theft of fire, first by Prometheus for the hearth, then by the Uranians for Leviathan. Clearly a third stage is in the offing, the transmutation of fire into mind. At that point the earth will not make do without gods." Such reflections are typical of Vigo. They have caused him to be discredited in the official establishment. For him, Herodotus is the greatest man. Without a precise study of myth, says Vigo, there can be no well-grounded historiography. While venerating him as I do, I cannot go along with this point. Whatever man may devise, it will fall back on him. I waver between Vigo and Bruno, who in turn has a different standpoint. Bruno is closer to the catacombs and has haunted at least their antechambers. One of the areas he studies is the ability of human intelligence to reach a level of supercommunication which will make the mind independent of technological media. This development would have to be preceded by vast reductions. The Titans restrain freedom, the gods grant it. I am still in the night, still pondering the possible ways out. Perhaps I will see them more sharply in the bunker, in solitude. I have also equipped it with a pure crystal mirror. I expect the catastrophe not to move the political weights around, but to abolish them altogether. Lightning clears the air. I must also mention a different category of appeals. Unlike those from the catacombs, a sudden collision with the human substance, a nocturnal de profundis. St. Silas was startled out of his sleep by similar voices, and he believed that dead men were calling to him. He then got up and prayed for them. I am thinking rather of contacts with disarticulated suffering, and I trace it back to my studies. At times, when at the luminar or reading, I stumble upon unthinkable atrocities, and I would rather that the witnesses had refrained from communicating them. I am not thinking of the horrors that make up our shared Cainitic heritage. Murder has an indivisible quality. Anyone penetrating it will kill one person or even many thousands if he has helpers and means. However greatly technology may contribute, those murderers cannot hold a candle to Cain. With his fist, he accomplished more than the greatest Khans with their armies. I stumble upon crimes that would make one strive against the reformers of systems, the gods, the inventors of hell, the trailblazers. Herodotus once said that the gods are keeping the final horrors for themselves. Accordingly, man would have to be better than they and set a standard for them. Also, are certain animals, especially insects, that kill in a highly refined manner, but only if necessary. The earth needs murder, its economy requires it. But if the earth knows the punishment, it rejects the revenge. It is not the nearest being, but the most distant Prometheus on his rock, who taps on my door at night.